persistence. Hiding Biz Studios.
Pleasant good morning, colleagues. Pleasant good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. The legislative session of November the 14th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Let's begin with the invocation, and that'll be followed by the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March. Please stand.
Let us begin today with the prayer that Jesus taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. At the beginning of this regular session of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, we proclaim your name as holy, God. We ask that your agenda be made manifest in this session's agenda, so that this body accomplishes your will. Provide central staff, Senate staff, and these senators gathered whatever resources, physical, mental, and spiritual, to empower this body to do your work today. Hold these senators accountable, even as they strive to hold others accountable who have wronged us. Entice not these elected officials to be less than honorable as they deliberate today. Rescue them from the pull to walk in their flesh precisely when the community is counting on them to be led by your Spirit. We invoke your presence in this legislative work because you are sovereign over all, and we attribute all honor, all glory, all power to you alone. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain Charles L. Brown, for the invocation, recorded invocation. Pleasant good morning once again, colleagues. I want to say pleasant good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Today, the Senate will act on nominations, leases, and bills. These nominees, leases, and bills have been fully vetted in the committees of jurisdiction and through the legislative process. Before we proceed, I'd like to say thank you to our veterans. Yes, Veterans Day was a few days ago, but we should take each and every opportunity to thank our veterans for their service and sacrifice. Long after the speeches and the parades, these men and women will have served or continue to serve with pride, honor, and courage. Every day, you are worthy of our praise, as well as our commitment to provide you with the care, compassion, and resources you deserve. I also want to extend, and by the way, today I will be presenting a coin in memory of all those individuals, or military individuals that have served from the legislature of the Virgin Islands. So we'll get a listing, and I'll be able to read and again recognize those individuals that have served on behalf of the legislature. I also extend congratulations to the University of the Virgin Islands, who hosted the groundbreaking for the School of Nursing building on St. Croix yesterday. This building represents an investment in the territory's healthcare future, and the legislature is proud to have done its part to move the important initiative to move forward on this building. I'd also like to commend the groundbreaking of the Charlotte Kimmelman Center. Again, great things are happening in healthcare here in the territory. Let's not focus on the negative. There's extremely a lot going on to improve our health conditions here in the Virgin Islands. At this time, I'd like to remind my colleagues and those in attendance, please, if you have a cell phone, to please put it on mute or turn it off as not to interrupt today's proceedings. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Pleasant good morning, everyone. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolquez present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
I'm here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Mr. President, we have 13 members present, 2 members absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. At this time, Madam Clerk, is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. President.
You may proceed in reading of those correspondence.
November 13, 2023, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President. Dear Senate President Francis, please be advised that I will be tardy to today's legislative session due to flight constraints. Please ensure that I receive all the information not accessible on the legislative drive upon my arrival. I thank you in advance and wish you a very productive session. Best regards, Diane T. Capehart, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. November 13, 2023, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President. Dear Senator Francis, I do apologize that due to a prior commitment, I cannot be present at legislative session to be held on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023. Kindly excuse my absence. I regret any inconvenience my absence may cause. Thank you for your understanding, and I wish you a very successful session. Kind regards, Maurice C. James, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of correspondence, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please, we will recognize Senator Diane T. Capehart upon her arrival, as well as please mark Senator Maurice C. James as excused. At this time, I'd like to, again, as I indicated before, is to recognize those individuals that have served in the military that's currently in the legislature. And of course, we'll start off with Senator Dwayne DeGraff. And, he'll be presented later on with a coin that from the legislature. Of course, here. You ready to come up and get it? Please, let's help recognize our veteran, Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Thank you, sir. I know. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you so much for your service. We truly appreciate the sacrifice that's made by all of our veterans and service members. Additionally, while Senator DeGraff is making his round around to various senators, I wanted to also recognize the other military individuals that's currently in the legislature. And of course, we have Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Budget Analyst Nikita Fleming. Capital Police Officer Alexis Donette. Communications Director Juanita Phillip. Capital Police and also currently deployed is Davina Van Holten. Legislative Assistant Jonathan James Jr. Media Supervisor and Photographer Barry Ladam. Production Tech 3 Jamel Leonard. So this one I didn't know. Our researcher, Andre Malone. Senior Enforcement Officer, Delvin Fleming. And of course, our Sergeant at Arms, Shani Smith. Thank you so much for your service. Madam Clerk, at this time, please read today's agenda into the record.
Consideration of floor agenda, consideration of nominations. Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director, VI Public Services Commission. Clement Kane McGrath, VI Public Services Commission, District of St. Thomas. Laura Nichols Sams, unfavorable recommendation, VI Public Services Commission, District of St. John. Kasima I. Knight Hodge, VI Real Estate Commission, District of St. Thomas. Consideration of leases. Bill number 35-0067, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Inter-Island Auto Group, LLC, doing business as VIP Quick Lube for improved parcel number 70, Submarine Base, number 6A, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to be used as a new and used car dealership, repair shop, importer of goods, retail shops, store, and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0104, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Roncan Inc., doing business as Sandcastle on the Beach, to lease plot number 128-B, Two Brothers Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, and plot number 129, Two Brothers, Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Consideration of bills. Bill number 35-0014, an act posthumously honoring and commending Wayne Faxman Adams for articulating and bringing events of historic significance to the people of the Virgin Islands by naming the bridge at the Nada intersection on the island of St. Thomas the Wayne Faxman Adams Bridge. Bill number 35-0074, an act honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Liburd for his lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, and renaming the North Shore Road on St. John the Armando Rocky Liburd Drive. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. President.
Very well. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll go to the committee report. And also, in the essence of time, what I've done was passed on all of the other coins so that it could be presented to those individuals that have been recognized, have served, so they'll be provided with their coin as well. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Bolquez, who is the Chair of Culture, Sports, Park, and Youth. You're recognized for your 2 minutes committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, colleagues and central staff. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks held proceedings on October 5th, 2023. During Block 1, the committee focused on activities of the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee. The ECC provided detailed reports on the year's emancipation celebration, discussing its successes, challenges, financial management, and ongoing archival and digitization projects. We heard from the Honorable Carol Burke and the Honorable Myron Jackson, who provided valuable insights into the cultural legacy and historical significance of the emancipation celebration. During Block 2, the committee discussed the VIPR Friendship Day celebration. Through various presentations, we highlighted the deep-rooted connections between the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. The Virgin Islands-Puerto Rico Friendship Committee offered a comprehensive overview of their activities. Key testimonies were given by the Honorable Jose Corsino, the Mayor of Vieques, and the Honorable Samuel Sanis, and the Honorable Luis Torres, emphasizing the importance of our friendship with Puerto Rico. The meeting concluded at 3 p.m. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez, and thank you for the work that continue to be done on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands and the Committee of Culture, Sports, Park, Youth, and Aging. At this time, we will recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance has met 2 times since the last session, wherein $1.7 billion fiscal year budget was adopted. The committee met on October 30th and November 7th in St. Thomas. 3 bills were heard at each hearing for a total of 6 measures vetted. 4 of the measures were favorably moved to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration, and 2 measures were held by the primary sponsor in committee. One measure was held for further amendments, and the other was held until the mid-year revenue review period. The committee is scheduled to meet on December 5th, 2023, in the Island District of St. Croix. That ends my report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory, and thank you for the work that's being done in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Next, we recognize the Chair of Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, Senator Milton E. Potter.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning met on Monday, November 6, 2023. The committee received updates from the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and the Virgin Islands Department of Education on all anticipated, completed, and in-process disaster recovery-related projects and programs, and the status of all federal funding specifically pertaining to those agencies. Agency heads and their support staff engaged in meaningful discussions regarding impediments they have encountered in their respective paths to disaster recovery. From the lengthy discussions that took place, it was clear that the three biggest obstacles to us moving forward with our recovery efforts is the required 10% local match, identifying that, the inability of smaller contractors to obtain the necessary bonding required to be the primary contractors on federally funded projects, and the ability for the territory to identify the thousands of skilled workers necessary to complete our recovery efforts. Mr. President, that concludes our report.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, and thank you for the work that's been done, again, to exhort your oversight in our disaster recovery efforts and to make sure that we're moving forward on those particular issues. Your work is appreciated. At this time, I recognize the minority leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, for his committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I just first like to say thank you on behalf of myself and all veterans. Getting that coin is a big deal to me as a veteran, and I'm sure to all my veterans. Thank you very much for that. The minority, my colleagues, continue to attend all the meetings, and we have a meeting scheduled today to get together in closing out the year in supporting what we need to support and object to whatever we need to object. But we continue to fight against the crime issues and gun violence, and we try to get a meeting where we could, my colleague, Senator Johnson and I would get another one of these or a couple more of these gun buybacks where we still have monies left from the private donors that we could continue to go and try to do the fight against crime the way we can best. So we continue to be a part of it. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, and of course, thank you to the minority for their work, and especially when you talk about the crime and what we're seeing in our community that continue to be of concern to all of us. And thank you for what's being done to assist in that endeavor and supporting the Virgin Islands Police Department, our first responders. Next, we'll come to Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your committee report on Health, Hospital, and Human Services.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President, and pleasant good morning and blessings to everyone in this legislative branch of government and also to everyone listening at this time. I bring warm greetings to all. Give thanks and praises to the Most High. Blessings. Mr. President, the Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services met 2 times since the last report. A hearing was conducted on October 4th, 2023. The committee received testimony on Bill 35-0119, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 7A, directing the VI Department of Health to develop and approve mobile integrated health care programs. Mr. President, the Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services also
minute.
conducted a hearing on November 7th. We received testimony from the Department of Human Services. We're told that they are seeking a temporary location to relocate approximately 260 employees from the current Old Northampton Hospital, where the working conditions are subpar. There's about $120 million available to
30
demolish and totally replace that old building. The Medicaid program sent letters out to residents asking them to complete their recertification, and the program expends about $128 million. Once again, I am dissatisfied with the hospital's territorial board. I'm reminding the territorial board there are over 250 VI residents receiving kidney dialysis treatments, and these residents rely on the dialysis facilities for urgent care. In closing, I am urging the community to live an active and healthy lifestyle, monitor your blood pressure, your sugar, they call that your A1C, and get your overall health screening done. Thank you so kindly, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca, and thank you again for the work that's been done by the Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services. Next, we recognize the Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth Gittins, for the committee report and Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Justice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to all. Thank you, Mr. Health Chair, for that health tip. First, allow me to join other Americans across the nation as this week we want to salute parents, students, educators in celebrating American Education Week. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety held 2 committee hearings since our last session, the first being on or about October 10th, and the second one being on November 9th on St. John. In both committee hearings, we heard testimony on various bills pertaining to safety and security. Also, specifically on St. John on November 9th, we heard from some of the residents as well with the uptick in crime. Unfortunately, after the Virgin Islands Police Department was invited to have representation there, there was no one to represent the Virgin Islands Police Department, which led to subpoenaing the leadership of the Virgin Islands Police Department. So at some point, by way of subpoena, we will have the police commissioner and the operational leadership in one of our upcoming hearings. Also, as chairman of the committee, I've conducted follow-ups with residents concerned about the contaminated water and testing of our potable water distribution system. I've also made several site visits at some of our senior homes, to include Wim Gardens, and calls for management to address the growth with the overgrown grass and whatnot there. And I want to say thank you to the management there at Wim Gardens, as I receive reports today that the guys are on the grounds at this time addressing that situation. So thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. And the next committee hearing is scheduled, I believe, tentatively for December 12th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader Senator Kenneth Gittins, for your report on the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. We commend the work that's been done by that committee. At this time, we will recognize the Madam Secretary, Carla J. Joseph, and her report on the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection.
Thank you, you so kindly, Mr. President, and a pleasant good day to everyone. First, I want to salute all of our veterans who serve valiantly and honorably in our armed forces, who stand tall and stand strong to uphold the freedom of the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America. Since our last committee report at the September 15th, 2023 legislative session, the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection convened 2 meetings and conducted a town hall hearing. The first hearing was held in St. Croix on Tuesday, September 16, 2023, at the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference, and the second was held Wednesday, October 25th, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall here in St. Thomas. During both meetings, the committee received testimony and favorably reported out to the Committee on Rules Judiciary the following. 35-0102 and 35-0125. These are the bills. 35-027, 35-0123, and 35-0091. Additionally, the committee held a town hall meeting with the St. Thomas taxi cab men and women on Friday, September 29th, regarding the taxi cab industry. Collectively, the taxi cab men and women pointed out areas of concern relative to the lack of services provided by the Taxi Cab Commission, which range from a lack of notice of office closure of the commission and the inability to accept payment for license renewal in a timely manner. Both Chairwoman Loretta Lloyd and Executive Director Vernice Gums were invited to the town hall meeting and did not attend. Only Ms. Gums submitted a letter indicating her inability to participate in the town hall meeting due to medical issues. I would like to express my deepest thanks to the committee members and non-committee members that attended the committee and town hall meetings. The committee continues to do the hard work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands and is scheduled to meet on Tuesday, November 21st, 2023, right here in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall at 10 a.m. to receive testimony on several bills. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, and your committee report for Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Next, we'll recognize Senator Marvin Blyden, the Vice President, for his committee report on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication. You recognize for your 2 minutes, VP.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to my colleagues, view and listening audiences, staff, central staff, and good morning to those in the chambers. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication convened on Tuesday, October 24, 2023, at 10:01 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas to receive testimonies from the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority and banking institutions regarding the VI Slice program. In the second block, the committee heard from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and local contractors regarding the Envision Tomorrow program, as committee members expressed their increasing frustration with the slow pace of home repairs. Further, the committee received update and discussion on the status of all affordable housing initiatives, including implementation of the 2023-24 Affordable Housing Plan, as well as the status of the First-Time Homebuyers Program. Senators present were myself, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Ray Fonseca, Angel Boquez Jr., Senator Carla Joseph, non-committee members, Senator Novell Francis, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Senator Milton A. Potter, and Senator Alma Francis Halliger. 12 senators attended, and it showed the importance and our concerns in respect to housing and home ownership opportunities. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication adjourned at 4:02 p.m. The next meeting of the committee is scheduled for December 11, 2023. Mr. President, this concludes the report for the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, and your committee report of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. And everybody's screaming, liberty, liberty. We need to make sure that we're getting liberty in here for that telecommunication issue. And, we'll continue to make sure that we're doing our oversight in respect to that. At this time, Madam Timekeeper, if you could put 2 minutes on the clock for me, I'll be doing my committee report on the Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole met on November the 3rd, 2023, to receive testimony on Bill number 35-0189, a zoning application for zoning variance for plot number 9A and parcels number 10, Estate LaGrange. Applicants, Stephen and Young Baker, testified. One of their major goals were to expand their company's Syncor-based development on the Grange property to allow for office and event rental, solar, wind development, research and testing of technology, agricultural productions, and sales and short-term rental. Additionally, we heard testimony from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority on the water system, which included the findings of elevated lead and copper levels in the St. Croix District potable water system, the issue of discolored water, and the active mitigation efforts to support the St. Croix residents.
1 minute.
Invited testifiers included WAPA Chief Executive Officer Andrew Smith, Chairman of the WAPA Board Kyle Fleming, Seven Seas Water, as well as Vitima, DPNR, and EPA, as well as community residents, Maria Friday and Amy Grels Carino, Executive Director of the Town of Frederiksted. CEO Smith testified that WAPA has identified 4 key sources that believed to contribute to the contamination. A service line installed in 1994 are generally copper, which may contain copper lead. Materials installed prior to 1984 were allowed to include higher levels of lead than materials in after 1984, which will also be the source of the lead in our waters. Older meters and WAPA system contain parts that may contain copper and lead as well. There's some ongoing efforts, and today we'll be moving legislation to provide some funding relief to those individuals as having to endure the purchases of water. In the meantime, those impacted areas, the 4 areas that have been identified, Mombiju, Calcahoon, Mount Pleasant, and the Castleberg area. So we'll be doing more of that. For 14 or 15 senators attended that Committee of the Whole hearing on that day. Thank you very much. Again, that concludes our committee report. When Senator Diane Capehart comes in, I'll allow her to give her committee report on rules and the judiciary. At this time, we'll take a 3-minute recess. The committee of the whole session stands at recess for 3 minutes.
the system.
we're out of recess. Meet my mic. Yeah, we're out of recess. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Capehart, Diane T. Capehart, for her committee report for the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, I'd like to say good day to my colleagues, good morning, or good day to the people of the Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and those who are viewing and listening. I just even wanted to take a point of personal privilege. Diane T. Capehart, everybody want to know what the T stand for? Teresa, like Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa, who was a angel who helped those who were in need. So those who want to know what that T stands for, that's what it stands for. You're smiling, Mr. President. The committee report, September 28, 2023, was our last meeting on the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, which met at the Fritz E. Lowitz Legislative Conference on the island of St. Croix. We had Block 1. We discussed nominations. Just Satori as the Executive Director, nominee Nichols Sams. We also had Block 2, we discussed Bill number 35-0014, naming, honoring, and commending Wayne Faxman Adams. Bill number 35-0074.
30 seconds.
Which is bill honoring Amando Rocky Liebert. We had Block 3, Bill number 35-0067, Bill number 35-0104, Block 5. We received testimony on Senator Maurice James and Donna Fred Gregory bill, an act repealing and enacting Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2, to government employees eligible for elected office. That was held in committee. We heard, if I may, Mr. President, we received testimony from Carolyn Fox, from the supervisor, who's a supervisor of elections, and also Cindy Richardson from the Division of Personnel. Mr. President, our next committee date is December 7th and 8th at the Fritz Lowitz Conference Room on St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Diane Teresa Capehart. And when I was asked what's the T, I said, I don't know. That's above my pay grade. But thank you very much for your report on the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. I appreciate the work that you're doing. Again, Rules and Judiciary is the clearinghouse, and I always have to be prepared for, clearing all of the bills through the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. At this time, we'll recognize the Senate Majority Leader. You're recognized, Mr. Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to set today's agenda in the following blocks with debate time as follows. Block number 1, the consideration of nominations, the nominations of Sandra L. Satori to serve as the Executive Director of the VA Public Services Commission, Mr. Clement Kane McGrath, the Honorable Clement Kane McGrath, VA Public Services Commission, District of St. Thomas, Laura Nichols Sams was moved with an unfavorable recommendation to the full body to serve, or she was nominated to serve at the VA Public Services Commission for the District of St. John. However, again, that was moved out to the Rules and Judiciary with an unfavorable recommendation. Ms. Kasima I. Knight Hodge to serve on the Real Estate Commission for the District of St. Thomas. And that's block number 1 with a debate time of 2 minutes. Also, in block number 2, we'll have consideration of leases through Bill number 35-0067, which speaks to the government of the Virgin Islands acting through the Department of Property and Procurement and the Inter-Island Auto Group here in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands Subbase. Also, Bill number 35-0104, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, again acting through the Commissioner of Property and Procurement, and Runcan Inc., doing business as Sandcastle on the Beach, St. Croix. Block number 2 will have a 2-minute debate time. Block number 3, consideration of resolutions, number 35-0014, an act posthumously honoring and commending Wayne Faxman Adams, and Bill number 35-0074, an act honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Liebert, with a debate time of 2 minutes. And then we'll assign more special orders into Block 4 with a 4-minute debate time. I so move.
Motion to order today's agenda has been properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objection. Objection to by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Next month.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
No.
Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 1 nay.
Please record Senator Capehart vote as yes. A tally.
Senator Capehart, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you. The motion carries. And again, we'll be assigning, we have 4 blocks in today's agenda. Block number 1, 2 minutes. Block number 2, 2 minutes. Block number 3, 2 minutes. And block number 4, 4 minutes. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, again, I move to waive, to special order and waive rules number 403, 404, 405, and 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to special order bill numbers 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of $17 million or so much of that sum as is necessary in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 from the excess of funds contained in the Debt Services Reserve Fund for the gross receipt taxes, revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalia Harbor, and establishing reporting requirements for the expended funds. And also Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating $5,124,000 from the Community Facility Trust Fund in fiscal year September 30th, 2024 for the construction and site improvements of the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project and requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to submit status reports of the project to the legislature of the Virgin Islands. And Bill number 35-0190, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the general fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system, and to include omitted appropriations and to make corrections to the budget items for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024. All three bills sponsored by Novalee Francis, 35-0180 and 0191, also by the Senate President on behalf of the Governor. And to assign these bills in the last block, which is block 4, as I stated in the previous motion under special orders, I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Javon E. James, a senior. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your motion.
Good day, Mr. President. I move to waive rules 403, 404, 405, and 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order Bill 35-0048, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 719B, requiring the government employees retirement system to send an active member an annual report of contributions by U.S. mail or by electronic means at the member's option, and have it placed as the last item on the agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Francis Heidegger, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Carrion, Senator James Senior. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Franklin Johnson as well. You recognize for your motion, Senator Francis Heidegger.
Mr. President, I move to waive rules 403, 404, 405, 5. Oh.
Point of order, Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. I just, to the chair, to the president, to legal counsel.
What rule has been broken?
9B. 509B, I believe that special orders should be voted on and not just, we pound the gavel on them. Yes, so we just need to verify that, please.
Very well.
Thank you.
Legal counsel? Well, let's not make that an issue. Let's do a roll call on 0048 at this time. There was a vote on that. Yes. Roll call on bill number 35-0048.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you. The motion carries. Bill number 35-0048 will be placed as the last item in block number 4. Now, Senator, the issue was that in 509B, that those matters have not been heard in a committee of jurisdiction. The previous bills that was offered were heard in at least one committee of jurisdiction, hence, very well, thank you. At this time, we recognize you, Senator Francis Heiliger, for your motion.
Mr. President, I move to waive the rules of 403, 403, 404, 405, 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to special order BR 23-0858A. No, it's correct. An act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to issue a monthly water bill abatement for 6 months to residential and customers receiving potable water service in an area impacted by unsatisfactory levels of lead and copper, and to be given a bill number and have it placed on the last item of the agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Francis Heiliger, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator Javon James Sr., and Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. The motion carries. Legal counsel, please assign a bill number to BR 23-0858, A as in Alpha. Please recognize the mic of the legal counsel. Turn on the switch.
Mr. President, this matter carries bill number 35-0200.
Thank you very much, legal counsel. Bill number 35-0200. Motion, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Mr. President, I move to waive Rule 403, 404, 405, and 409B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order BR 23-0858B, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 51, Subchapter 1, Section 1309, requiring every owner or operator of a public water system to monitor, test, and analyze the water system's lead and copper content at least once a year, and the BR be given a number and placed as the last item on the agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Francis Heiliger, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator DeGraff, Senator Carrion, Senator James Sr. Roll call. And Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, not voting. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Very well, thank you. The motion carries. Bill number 35-0201. Well, I'm sorry. Legal counsel, you recognized for the bill number?
Mr. President, this matter carries. Bill number 35-0201.
Thank you very much. Bill number 35-0201 will be added as the last item in block number 4. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Rule number 519 of the Legislature, I rise to Special Order Bill number 35-0091, a resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her many accomplishments in the girls and women's basketball, and also for her contribution as an ambassador for the territory and a contribution to women's sport worldwide, and awarding her the key to the territory to be added to today's agenda as the third item of Block 3. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator James Sr., Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objection, so ordered. The bill was heard in a committee of jurisdiction. Point of order, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you know, I didn't vote on that motion before because off the top of my head, I believe that the motion that was being read, one of those numbers were incorrect where the member continued to say 409B. But there's no 409B. It's supposed to be 509B, which speaks to discharging it's supposed to be 509B instead of 409B. And that's why I was hesitant to make a vote before. 509A speaks to discharging of a committee.
Very well, it sounds like there may have been an error in the stating of the number. We'll just have the president recognize the correct number that she was asking to waive at this time. Thank you.
Just please note this 509A rather than 409. There's no 409.
Yes.
Thank you.
She used the 509B before, so I'm not sure what happened in that one. But again, please recognize and just correct for the record the exact number.
The whole thing? Oh.
And then we vote. Can you vote for that?
Well, if you're going to make Kenny vote for it, sure. Senator Gittens, yes. We need to make sure for record-keeping purposes, as we were reading this document, in the third attempt to add another one of my pieces of legislation to the agenda, my colleague brought it to our attention that I said 409B, but for accuracy of our transcripts, it should be 509B. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that correction and the edit. Very well. At this time, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you recognize for your motion.
Colleagues, I move to consider for override on Bill number 35-0082. Give me a second. An act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 91, to limit the expulsion and suspension of students in pre-kindergarten through third grade, and amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding a section to make a course in mitigating behavioral issues and misconduct in the classroom a requirement for school-based professionals. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory and seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Fonseca, as well as Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator Potter, and this will require a vote of simple majority, 8, to consider the override, and then when we vote on the override, it'll require 10, two-thirds vote. At this time, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. A motion to consider override has passed. Roll call on the override. Roll call on the override. This requires a vote of 10 to be able to override the governor's veto of bill number 35-0082. Roll call on the override.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. Bill number 35-0082 have been overridden, and the governor will be notified. It's an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 91, to limit the expulsion and suspension of students in pre-kindergarten through third grade, and amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding a section to make a course in mitigating behavioral issues and misconduct in the classroom a requirement for school-based professional. The governor will be notified of this override of bill number 35-0082. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 1.
Block number 1, consideration of nominations. Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director, VI Public Services Commission. Clement Keynes McGrath, VI Public Services Commission, District of St. Thomas. Laura Nichols Sams, Unfavorable recommendation, VI Public Services Commission, District of St. John. Kasima I. Knight Hodge, VI Real Estate Commission, District of St. Thomas. This concludes the reading of Block 1, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, here you have it. 4 items in block number 1 with a 2-minute debate time. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the staff. And I would like to say good day to everyone tuned in and listening. I rise in support of all of these nominees. I did have an opportunity to go through and read their resumes. For those that was not able to attend the hearings, the beautiful thing of living in the 21st century, we are able to take an opportunity to view their testimonies. And I did say, in looking at what each one of them is bringing to the table, I do support each one of the nominees, and I will vote in the affirmative at the time when it's time to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. I thank you for returning some time. At this time, we will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. President. I've been blessed to have been in rules for the second go around, and all of these measures came through the committee. I sat there candidly and studied my direction on which I vote, and at the appropriate time, I'll be voting for most of these nominees in this position here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Next, we'll go to the Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone present. I believe when people give up themselves for public service, that it is only right for us to support them and give them a chance. Okay, you're going to take a lot of blows like everybody else, but for doing that and stepping up, I congratulate you, and I will stand ready to vote in affirmative when that time comes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Next, we will recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. You recognize for your 2 minutes debate time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to everyone. I rise today in support of most, if not all, of the nominees in this block. I want to first thank each and every one of them for accepting their nomination to be able to serve. We know that in these days, sometimes it's difficult to find individuals that are willing to serve in our community in various boards and commission. So I want to thank them for accepting the offer to be able to serve. And those that will be voted favorably, I wish them all the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Javon E. James, Sr. You recognize for your 2-minute debate time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I will vote accordingly for each and every nominee when the time comes. In the meantime, I just want to place on the record that I'm happy that Governor Albert Bryant Jr. declared an emergency when it comes to the Water and Power Authority situation in the District of St. Croix. I know some of my colleagues are making an attempt to offer legislation to make this process easier and smoother, and I appreciate each and every one of them. But I look forward to hearing the continuous updates from the Water and Power Authority, and I'm hoping and praying that all departments and agencies who are responsible or have a say in this will continue to have these necessary updates, because we have in some communities where individuals are not up to par when it comes to reading. They might not be able to participate in the hearings, the newspaper, what have you. So I'm hoping that they do a good PR and a marketing and advertising campaign when it comes to making sure individuals are not consuming this water that has been faced with challenge here in the territory, or specifically St. Croix. So in closing, I just want to say once again, thank you to my colleagues for offering legislation when it comes to the Water and Power Authority situation, but we have a lot more work to do. And thank you once again, Governor Bryant, for putting your foot down when it comes to this crisis. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Next, we'll come to Senator Large Angel Borges Jr. You recognize for your 2 minutes debate time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I will vote at the appropriate time for all of the nominees in this block. I will say that my standouts are Sandra L. Satori of the Public Services Commission, who is very experienced and more than fitting for the position as well. Also to include Clement Kane McGrath for the PSC. Definitely a great candidate for the position, and I'm looking forward to voting in the affirmative when that time comes. As for Laura Nichols-Sams, I know that she came forward with an unfavorable recommendation. However, I do believe that Ms. Nichols-Sams is a very dedicated individual who expresses and has very balanced decision-making and very good morals and values. However, I know that there have been amendments to the PSC requirements that were made through legislation that may not necessarily align with some of the strengths that Ms. Nichols-Sams has currently. So I understand that it may be quite challenging for her to move forward, but we'll see as the day moves forward. As for Kishma L. Knight Hodge, I know that there was some concern about her working for the individuals that are going to be regulated. I know that that concern came about in the Rules and Judiciary Committee. We had legal counsel here with us. They expressed, after much deliberation, that there was no conflict of interest concerning the position and how the law was written based on the statute. So, Mr. President, I look forward to voting at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, please be respectful to the senators while they speak. We're getting a little too noisy in here. Next, we'll recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory. We recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, too, rise in support of some of the nominees, if not all. I have to listen to the conversation as it relates to this particular block. But particularly, I would like to make a comment on Clement Kane McGrath, who's actually a former senator and who's sitting here with us. I believe that he's been in the shadows for a number of years, but I am very happy to see that he's been nominated to this very important commission, the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission, which basically regulates our utility companies and our telephone companies, etc. I believe that it's important that we have individuals like Mr. McGrath to serve in these capacities who understands the needs of the people of the Virgin Islands. He served in this institution previously, and he was a stellar senator. And his solid work ethic throughout his career speaks for itself. So I am here to definitely support his nomination today. I also want to support the nomination of Sandra L. Satori. She has worked for the Public Service Commission for 26 years. So she's not new to the Public Service Commission. 30 seconds. And it says that she has worked her way up to becoming now the executive director. And I'm always appreciative of people who work their way through the process, who understands the requirements of the job to, in fact, emerge to serving as the leader. So I want to also say that I support her nomination wholeheartedly. And I see Ms. Kasima Knight Hodge, who is a young woman, and there has been some conversation around her nomination because of potential conflict. But I believe it's important to give young people an opportunity to serve. So I am going to support Kashima I. Knight, and I will make my decision regarding the other nominee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. At this time, we recognize Senator Milton E. Potter. You recognize for your 2-minute debate time, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I had the opportunity as a member of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I had an opportunity to vet all of the nominees in this block, beginning with Ms. Sandra Satori. Ms. Satori served as a lieutenant for several PSC executive directors. To her credit, they all submitted letters of recommendation fully supporting her to serve as the leader of this organization. Through our vetting, it was clear that Ms. Satori, as a long-time PSC member, she was very familiar with all of the issues. She had an opinion on all of the issues. She worked her way up the ranks, which is very impressive with the organization. The speaker before me mentioned something like 26 years. She is absolutely prepared to assume this position. So at the appropriate time, I will definitely vote a resounding yes for her nomination. Senator Clement Kane McGrath. Former Senator McGrath has been a fixture in the Virgin Islands community in the public sector arena for many years. He has also served in the private sector. He is absolutely prepared to assume this post in his prior position as Commissioner of DLCA. He worked on many of the issues. He's prepared. I commend the governor for making such a sound decision to appoint Senator McGrath to this position. Ms. Kasima L. I. Knight Hodge, we had an opportunity to vet this also highly qualified local Virgin Islander. She was very impressive. She was able to answer the questions eloquently.
Time.
Her knowledge is vast. Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative for Ms. Hodge as well as the other nominees in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Next, we'll recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 2 minutes debate time.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I too rise in support of most of the 4 nominees in this block 1, Ms. Knight Hodge, and also Ms. Satori. And I want to say a few words about Mr. McGrath. We thank him for coming out of retirement to give back to the Public Service Commission. But you know, I wanted to talk about the Public Service Commission because this is an important agency. They regulate WAPA. They regulate also the communication. So Liberty, right now, look, my phone ain't working, it break up a little bit, right? But the issue is, right, is there's something going on with Liberty. Every time you go in the office, it's full, a long line. So the job of the Public Service Commission is very important. They also regulate the Waste Management Authority. The Waste Management Authority needs to generate revenues. That's very important. But I want to go back to WAPA because ever since I've been in the legislature now about 10 months, it seems like WAPA is like a bucket with a hole in the bottom.
30 seconds.
We pouring money, Papa, into this WAPA and we still can't get this WAPA thing. So the PFC, my understanding is that your role is not just to set the rates of WAPA, but to also to regulate WAPA. We got to fix this WAPA. And thank you very much, Mr. President. I return the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. We accept the balance of your time gracefully. Next, we'll recognize Senator Diane T.K. Part, Mother Teresa, compassion. You're recognized for your 2 minute debate time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of most of these nominations that are before us today. And first, I just want to say thank you all to the nominees that the governor sends to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. And I always look at this committee as like a big interview process. And when we sit in this body and we have individuals come before us, I just want to say thank you for your willingness to serve. But sometimes it may not be that you may be qualified for that, to serve on that board or commission. As the mission of the Public Service Commission, as my colleague noted, is to regulate the Virgin Islands utility facility, which is WAPA. So for me, I look for someone with technical experience, technical education, someone that can read the data, who can interpret it to the board, to read things that you may not be aware of because you don't have that experience. But when we have people like Sandra Satori, Executive Director, who is nominated for the executive director, she's been there and she has proven herself to be that individuals to serve. Mr. Clement Kane McGrath, he brought a wealth of experience and new ideas. So there are individuals that may come before us that may not get favorable recommendation, but I still encourage these individuals to probably seek and accept serving in other boards. Ms. Kasima Knight Hodge, we had clarification from our legal counsel as there was some issues that my colleagues were concerned of. So, Mr. President, I'm prepared to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. And next we'll recognize the Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, as the ranking member of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, I also had an opportunity to vet the nominees in this block. I am pleased to support the nominations of both Sandra Satori and the Honorable Clement Kane McGrath as the Public Services Commission Executive Director and a member of the Commission, respectively. I believe both of these individuals are well qualified and experienced and will be an excellent piece for their position. Unfortunately, I cannot support Ms. Laura Nichols-Sam's nomination. While I deeply appreciate her willingness to serve, the legislature passed Act number 8452, which sets the qualifications for PSC members.
1 minute.
This nominee, unfortunately, does not meet those requirements, and therefore I will not go against the grain there. We supported strengthening the PSC Commission qualifications intentionally, and I think we ought to stay with that. As it pertains to Ms. Kasima Knight Hodge,
30 seconds.
The conflict of interest was discussed with the Office of Legal Counsel, and it was deemed that there was no conflict of interest. At the appropriate time, I will also cast my vote for this nominee. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins, Majority Leader. Next, we'll recognize Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. You recognize for your 2-minute debate time.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I had the opportunity to have a discussion with all of the nominees here. In fact, as the only ex-official member appointed by the President to the Public Services Commission, I know I wouldn't say I'm the expert, but I know the inner workings of the commission, and I take what they do very importantly because they are regulating all of our public utilities, wastewater management, telecommunication, as well as WAPA. So I take it very seriously. I do believe that the majority of the persons who were appointed, recommended, Sandra Satori, Clement K. McGrath, eminently qualified to serve on this commission and don't have any conflicts. Ms. Laura Nicholas Sam, at the appropriate time, I will be casting my vote. I do have one concern, and that was a concern not with her qualification, because she does hold a Bachelor of Arts degree, a business degree, and that is one of the qualifications that you have, economics, accounting, finance background, and she manages her own business. And regarding Ms. Kasima L. Knight for the VI Real Estate Commission, this young lady is highly educated. I got a number of text messages talking about the young lady doesn't even live here, doesn't vote here. But we did something terrific because we couldn't get people to serve on these boards. This body earlier this year passed Act number 8732 so that we could get people to serve on the boards because people are unwilling to serve. Mr. President, I will wrap up. So I want to commend every single person who came before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and went through that public, very public interview for a position that pays them $75 sometimes per diem. That is very hard. Wrenching. It's very difficult. So I'm going to vote at the appropriate time for these nominees and give them an opportunity to serve. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Madam Secretary, next we'll go to the VP of the 35th Legislature, Senator Marvin Blyden. Vice President, you recognize for your 2-minute debate time.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise in support of most of these nominees in this block. First, I want to commend the governor for appointing these individuals, and I want to thank them for willing to serve here in the territory, because we always talk about boards and commission and filling those vacancies because it's critical and they play a critical role, and we want to thank those individuals for just doing that. I will start with Ms. Satori, Sandra Satori, for Executive Director. I believe that she has paid her dues in terms of serving for 26 years. She's very knowledgeable, and she have been, I would say, slated for this position because of her training, her dedication, and her service throughout the years. So definitely I will be supporting her nomination. Also, Clement K. McGrath, former commissioner, former senator, very knowledgeable. I appreciated his answers when the questions came forward, and I look forward to him being part of PSC and contributing to that agency. Also, in respect to Kasima Knight Hodge, based on former present legislation, she can serve even if she is not here in the territory. And we understand and know that real estate is precious in the territory.
30 seconds.
In terms of properties, etc., that commission plays a critical role in the Virgin Islands, and we need individuals to serve. So I will be supporting her nomination. Also, finally, we had an unfavorable recommendation of Ms. Laura Nichols Sams, and I must say, I watched the hearing, and it's going to be a tough one for me, but at the appropriate time, I will be casting my vote. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Madam Timekeeper, if you could put 2 minutes on the clock for me, I'll try to do this in 2 minutes myself. I certainly will be supporting most of the nominees in this particular block, and I just wanted to touch on each one real quickly. Sandra Satori, certainly I've paid her dues over the last several years. She joined the agency back in 1997 and moved her way up, and last was assigned as the Assistant Executive Director, and now being considered for the Executive Director position. I think that she has paid her dues for over 25 years, and I've learned what it takes to run that agency. So I will be supporting her nomination. The Honorable Clement K. McGrath, Kane again. You know, if you really look at the history of Kane McGrath and his contribution to this Virgin Islands community, it's replete. Kane has been around and has really contributed. You know, just look at it. Google him. You know, he has done his work here, and I don't know that you have gone silent. I have seen, you know, different documentation, editorials, different position that you have taken, a number of subject matter in this community. I believe that you continue to be outspoken about certain matters of issues that concerns you. And I want to thank you again back in the 17th legislature when you certainly petitioned for us to be able to get Water Island back under our inventory. Again, great work that have been done. The issue of Lorna Nichols Sam, again, my heart and mind is a conflict with that particular issue because this person wants to serve. Really interjected about serving. And we don't have a lot of people raising their hand and for volunteering for these board. But at the same time, I have to trust the process. I have a Rules and Judiciary Committee that has been charged with vetting and making recommendation to the wider body. And unfortunately, today, that is being made with an unfavorable recommendation. I hope that there could be some consideration for her in another position that she could be considered for. And of course, Kasima Knight Hodge, while there may be some concerns about her living in the territory, I truly believe that she brings a diverse perspective and should be given an opportunity to serve. So again, at the appropriate time, I'll be voting, my conscience and all of the nominees in this particular block. That concludes the debate time on block number 1. Madam Clerk, please call up each of the nominees for a vote.
Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director, VI Public Services Commission.
Roll call on nominee Sandra Satori, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Here. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Please record Senator DeGraff's vote as yes and tally.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The Governor's nominee, Sandra L. Satori, to serve as the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission, has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next nominee, the Honorable Clement K. McGrath.
Clement Kane McGrath, VI Public Services Commission, District of St. Thomas.
Roll call on Mr. McGrath.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Honorable Clement Kane McGrath to serve on the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission, District of St. Thomas, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations, Mr. McGrath. Next nominee, Laura Nichols Sams.
Laura Nichols Sams, unfavorable recommendation, VI Public Services Commission, District of St. John.
Roll call on Laura Nichols Sams.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden not voting. Senator Angel L. Buquez Jr. Senator Buquez Jr. Nay. Senator Buquez Jr. Yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Nay. Senator Capehart. Nay. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion. Yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff. Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca. Yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. Nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
No.
Senator Gittens, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 9
Please
yeas.
record Senator Blyden's vote as yes. Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 4 nays, 1 absent.
Very well. The measure passes. Laura Nichols to serve on the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission, District of St. John, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. The next nominee, Kashima I. Knight Hodge.
Kasima I. Knight Hodge, VI Real Estate Commission, District of St. Thomas.
Roll call on Ms. Knight Hodge.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Buquez Jr. Senator Buquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you. Madam Clerk Kasima I. Knight Hodge to serve on the Virgin Islands Real Estate Commission, District of St. Thomas, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up this concludes block number 1, and call up the next items, at which time then we'll take let's take a 2-minute recess at this time. The session stands in recess for 2 minutes.
All you have to do is comply.
And we're out of recess at this time. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block number 2, consideration of leases. Bill number 35-0067, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Inter-Island Auto Group, LLC, doing business as VIP Quick Lube, for improved parcel number 70, submarine base number 6A, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to be used as a new and used car dealership, repair shop, importer of goods, retail shops, store, and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0104, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Roncan Inc., doing business as Sandcastle on the Beach, to lease plot number 128-B, Two Brothers, Smithfield, and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, and plot number 129, Two Brothers, Smithfield, Hesselberg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of block number 2, Mr. President.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have 2 items in block number 2 with a 2-minute debate time. Use it or lose it. At this time, Senator Alma Francis Halliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
I might not be using all of it, but I might use 30 seconds. I did have an opportunity to look over these two pieces of legislation, and I am 100% in support of these leases and will be voting in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you recognize, Senator Franklin Johnson, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
I am not the minority leader. Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I'll be supporting both measures, especially Bill 350104. Stop correcting me, 0104. I understand the nature of this piece of lease agreement. In fact, this is right in Frederick said where this property was already breaching over in the government property, and without getting this lease agreement, they can get some financial support to expand on the establishment. And from the time I was a little boy, I know that fence being there, not knowing it was on the government property. But when they went trying to get some financial backing to expand on the establishment, they realized that there was encroaching on the government property. Therefore, they had to go and get this lease agreement in order for them to get the financial backing to expand that piece of business there. So at the appropriate time, we'll be voting on both measures. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Next, we will recognize the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of both of these leases. I was in the committee when they were heard, and I voted favorably for them at that time, so I continue in support of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Senator DeGraff, Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 2 minutes. Samuel Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the measures in Block 2. We had an opportunity to vet these proposed legislations, these measures in its respective committee, and they've passed favorably. And I stand in support, especially Bill 350104, which is a hospitality business within our town of Frederickstead, that they request to make these changes and involve in this lease so that they can be in right standing. So I support entrepreneurs who are working to expand and to enhance what they're doing in the territory. Also, Bill 350067, we know that there was some issues presented by legal counsel, but we spoke about it. We understand that the zoning request change is something that they would have to do once they have the lease agreement. So I feel confident in also voting favorably and supporting this measure. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Jaban E. James Sr. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Mr. President, thank you for the time. These two bills speak to basically workforce development because it basically promotes entrepreneurship and jobs. And right now in the U.S. Virgin Islands, anything pertaining to forward progression of our private sector is definitely welcome here in the legislature of the Virgin Islands. So I stand in support of these two measures. There is no need for me to be redundant because we heard these in the Committee of Jurisdiction, in which I'm a member of. So I will be voting accordingly. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Jaban E. James Sr. Next, we'll recognize Senator Angel Borges Jr. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of both of the measures in this block. Bill number 35-0067 basically speaks to local economy and supporting business development within the area by having a car dealership, repair shop, and retail store. In addition, I support Bill number 35-0104 for a tavern, restaurant, hotel, guest house, and retail shop, which facilitates the growth of local business, job creation, and enhancing the overall quality of life for our residents and visitors alike. Mr. President, I look forward to voting in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Borges Jr. Next, we'll recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the two measures in this block. These two measures were properly vetted in the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, and these two measures definitely promote small business development as well as economic development here in the territory. These are local individuals here. Some of them have moved here to the territory, but they have now become part of the fiber of our community, and they give back to our community. And it's important that we promote small businesses and support small businesses. So I definitely will vote in the affirmative for these two measures that's in this particular block. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Next, we recognize Senator Milton E. Potter. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too rise in support of both leases in this block. Bill number 35-0067, as well as Bill number 35-0104. For sure, small businesses, they represent the engines in our community that fuels our economy. Without question, it's an opportunity here for an expansion of jobs, an expansion of services in our territory. So that is always a good thing. So absolutely at the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative for both initiatives. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Next, we'll go to Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I too rise in support of both of these bills. Sandcastle over there in Frederickstead, St. Croix on the beach. When you talk about on the beach, this is in the sun. You come out and you're actually in the sun. I stayed there. I like to stay there. Nice area. I definitely support that. I'm a member of the Budget, Appropriations and Finance Committee, and both of these leases were vetted. Congratulations to Property and Procurement and the Commissioner for bringing these items. It's revenue generations. Bill number 35-0067. They're going to be selling cars, new cars, used cars, and repairing and thing down in Sobeys. These is good. Small businesses. These are the kind of businesses that you encourage in our community, the Virgin Islands. We appreciate this. So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I return the balance of my time to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we recognize Senator Diane T. Capehart. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise before this committee today in support of Bill number 35-0067, which actually went through the Committee of Rules, had the opportunity to ask any questions that may have posed any environmental impacts. So I would say I am in support of this because this bill brings economic development, which is well needed. Bill number 35-0104. I'd just like to say this is one of my favorite little places on St. Croix, which offers hotel accommodations for those who are traveling here to the territory to give them a great experience of the Frederickstead area. So I am in support of this lease also, Mr. President. I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Soon come. Next, we'll recognize the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I would like some clarity from legal counsel on the first bill in this block 35-0067, whereas there's a drafter's note on the bill indicating that the property in question is not permitted uses under the W2 zoning designation. With this drafter's note, I wanted to inquire from legal counsel through the chair, whose responsibility would it be to have that area rezoned in order to properly execute this lease agreement under the terms that's stated in the bill?
Through the chair to Senator Gittens, once the lease is approved, the leaseholder will then have to seek from this body a rezoning or to be able to operate whatever it is he's going to operate.
Thank you. And that was my understanding, but I wanted it on record because that wasn't stated in the drafter's note. But hearing that explanation, Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote on both these measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Next, we recognize the Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of both of these lease agreements, knowing that the money that is generated from the lease as well as for the business operation of our small businesses goes to our people and the taxpayers, as well as to the government to conduct and continue our operation. These measures were properly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and we anticipate that they will be flourishing here in the Virgin Islands, and I want to really thank them and the staff of the Department of Property and Procurement for doing their due diligence to assure that our economic viability in the Virgin Islands continues, and I will be supporting both measures at the time of the vote. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we'll go to the Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of both bills in this block. Bill number 35.0067. Basically, what it does, when the lease is granted, it gives inter-island other group an opportunity to basically bring forth new business in terms of a new and used car dealership, repair shop, import of goods, retail shop, store, and other related purposes. And in respect to bill number 35.0104, what this bill does, once we approve the lease agreement, it basically affords economic development in the town of Frederiksted. It creates investment opportunities, which will bring jobs. And once they have a lease, it brings access to financing in terms of Frederiksted town. So definitely, we're talking about economic development. So, of course, I rise in support of both of these bills, and I want to thank you for both of these bills, and I want to thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. 2 minutes on the clock for me real quick. I will be supporting both of these measures in this particular block. Of course, it speaks to employment, it speaks to workforce development, and adding to our tax base, as well as contributing to the service that this government is required to provide. So it's really the wheels on the bus is what I consider this. So I will be supporting these two measures. I know that one in St. Croix in particular is just a sliver of land that went over and to the other side. However, allow for these individual businesses to be able to, again, seek financial support as they intend to expand the services that they provide at that location. So I will be supporting both of these measures at the appropriate time. At this time, Madam Clerk, this completes block number 2. And let's call up each of the items for a vote.
Bill number 35-0067, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Inter-Island Auto Group, LLC, doing business as VIP Quick Lube for improved parcel number 70, submarine base, number 6A, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to be used as a new and used car dealership, repair shop, importer of goods, retail shops, store, and for other related purposes.
Roll call on bill number 35-0067.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0067, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of Property and Procurement, and Inter-Island Auto Group, LLC, doing business as VIP Quick Lube for improved parcel number 70, submarine base number 6A, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to be used as a new and used car dealership, repair shop, importer of goods, retail shop, store, and for other related purposes have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0104, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Roncon Inc., doing business as Sandcastle on the Beach, to lease plot number 128-B, Two Brothers, Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, and plot number 129, Two Brothers, Smithfield and Hesselberg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0104.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0104, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and Roncon Inc., doing business as Sandcastle on the Beach, to lease number 128B, Two Brothers Smithfield and Hasselberg, West End Quarter, and plot number 129, Two Brothers Smithfield and Hasselberg, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. This completes block number 2. At this time, we'll take a recess and reconvene at 2:15. The session stands at recess until 2:15.
the system.
We're mic check 1, 2. We're out of recess, colleagues. At this time, we'll be going into block number 3. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 3.
Block number 3, consideration of bills. Bill number 35-0014, an act posthumously honoring and commending Wayne Foxman Adams for articulating and bringing events of historic significance to the people of the Virgin Islands by naming the bridge at the Nada intersection on the island of St. Thomas the Wayne Foxman Adams Bridge. Bill number 35-0074, an act honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Liburd for his lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, and renaming the North Shore Road on St. John the Armando Rocky Liburd Drive. Bill number 35-0091, a resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her many accomplishments in girls and women's basketball, her contribution as an ambassador for the territory, and her contribution to women's sports worldwide, and awarding her the key to the territory. This concludes the reading of Block 3, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have 3 items in block number 3, and at this time, we recognize Senator Alma Francis Heidegger for her 2-minute debate time.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. I rise in support of all 3 pieces of legislation today. As a sponsor of Bill 35-0014, I had a very interesting time from last term working on this piece of legislation to name the bridge, as we all know, to nowhere, to somewhere. And we have officially gone through the process, and it's here today, and I thank all my colleagues for their support, for giving Mr. Foxman Adams some type of homage, some honor, so we could remember him for as long as we live. Because I honestly believe that Mr. Adams played a huge role in educating the people of this territory, making sure that we had a connection to our history, whether he did it through his documents and publishings or through his mixtapes or either coming on the radio and sharing information with us. I personally want to thank him, and again thank my colleagues for supporting this piece of legislation. As it relates to honoring former Senator Armando Rocky Liburd, I also did support this piece of legislation. As a member of this institution, currently as a senator, but I have been an employee for over 20 plus years. I had the privilege of working with Mr. Liburd for many years. And I saw his desire to really do good things on behalf of the people of this territory. So this honor is greatly deserving. Finally, Miss Aaliyah Boston, as you know, as a Virgin Islander, we appreciate when people are doing great things. They're not only being recognized locally, but also nationally. And when you have an opportunity to promote the talents of the territory and be able to recognize by your people for doing great things, for me, it's always a plus. So again, I rise in support of all of these pieces of legislation, and I will vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Next, we will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all 3 measures, and I definitely give kudos to my colleague here for recognizing Foxman Adams. He will never be forgotten, especially on the island of St. Croix. They still play a lot of his tapes when VI history and Black history come on 1620. And it's always a pleasure to hear some of the people from our past, what they did and what they achieved and their accomplishments. When you hear Foxman Adams bring these names up, sometimes you wonder who some of these folks are. So it was good that my colleague definitely named this bridge in his honor to make sure that the children to come now will know who Foxman Adams is. And Rocky Liburd, Senator, very good friend, much deserving award for him. He served this territory well for a pretty long time, been in this legislature for quite some time. And it's always good to give people a rose whilst they're standing. Also, Bill number 350091.
1 minute.
A resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her achievements. There's a lot more for Aaliyah, and I assure her that she's going to win a championship one day in the WNB, and I definitely will be there when that day comes. So at the appropriate time, I will be supporting all three measures in this bill, in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Next, we recognize the minority leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. You know, I started with Ms. Alia Boston first. For me, she's a daddy girl. So, I mean, having daughters myself, that's a plus for me. You know, when we talk about giving the key to the territory, I've heard people say, well, what is the criteria? Alia Boston is a criteria. You know, to do great from her God-given talents, that's exceptional. So I stand in support of her 100%. Former Senator Armando Rocky Laiba, the educator by knowledge, you know, and to see that we're going to put a road, see that's Rocky Road there. It ain't going to be a Rocky Road. We make sure it get paved, but it ain't going to be a Rocky Road. It's going to be an Armando Rocky Laiba Road. So let's make sure, Mr. You know, St. John, Senator, you know, we got to make sure that road get paved, okay? And for Wayne Foxman Adams, you know, he graduated from high school a couple years behind me, but a great person as not only a faxman, as he put it, but a great person. And to see that he struggled in life at times with mental illness, you know, I'm very happy that we are able to still keep him in our hearts and soul and decide to name a bridge after him. He would be highly appreciative and happy for it. So, you know, I just say that in awe of him because of some of the predictions that he put out, whether they were valid or not, as to what place you're going to run, but for the fact that he took that time out to speak to you and do different things. So I'm honored to be a part of supporting these three measures here today. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff. Next, we will recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the measures in Block 3. You know, it's always a good thing when we're able to recognize our own. And this is, I think, one of the parts of being a senator that I also enjoy, being able to give honor to honor deserved. And so I stand in support of all three measures, and I commend the sponsors of these bills. Of course, like my colleagues have mentioned before, Wayne Foxman Adams is an icon, I would say, to the Virgin Islands. We still hear his voice on St. Croix, on Black History Month, and from different occasions, hearing the recordings that they've made of him sharing with our community historical facts. And we thank him for leaving that legacy for us. So it bestowed the fact that he was able to be recognized posthumously and name this bridge in his honor. Also, former Senator Rocky Laiba, who has served us, this community for many years and served this branch of government. So I'm looking forward to voting in favor of Bill 350074. And of course, our very own Aaliyah Boston, who we can say has made all of us proud in the Virgin Islands. She's not only a great athlete, but I believe she has transcended to be an ambassador of the U.S. Virgin Islands because she wears her VI flag with pride and she represents us very well. So I'll be voting in favor of all three of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Javon E. James, Sr. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I stand in support of all three measures before us. I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0014 to honor and commend posthumously Wayne Foxman Adams. They could say what they want about him, you know. But ain't much people want to get a bridge name after them. So it tells you a lot about his character, the impact he had on the community. And the other day when I was cleaning up my stuff, I went through some of my belongings, and I remember a time I was coming from St. Thomas to St. Croix and Seabourn, and he hustled me a CD. And I still have to open the CD. But it's still in brand new condition. But he was very talented, from predicting the elections, predicting who will be seated in whatever various positions, speaking on the history of the Virgin Islands, making music, and the list goes on. He was a very talented individual. And in his last days, I can see where he was really struggling with his health. And to his friends and family, once again, my sincere condolences. Bill number 35, that's 0074. It is not going to be a rocky road, but I understand the humor behind of it. So
30 seconds.
There's some truth in it, so we have to make sure that once this measure is passed, that when we do name roads after individuals, that it is a road that is in decent condition. Hence why I have held back on several of my resolutions, because I won't want anybody to do that to me, because I will come from heaven, wherever I'm at, and deal with you. Bill number 35, that's 0091. A resolution honoring and commending Aliyah Baston for her many accomplishments in girls and women's basketball. I pray for a very long and productive career for Miss Baston.
Time.
The scary thing is she's so early in her career and she has done so many great things, and I just pray that the Lord protect her, that nothing happens to her, so she can live to be just as old as Timothy Duncan and to be able to enjoy the rest of her life. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Javon James, Senior. There's only one place you're going, right? Don't worry about the wherever. From heaven. There's a. Next, we'll recognize Senator Angel Borges Jr. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all the measures in this block. And I'll begin with Bill number 35-0014, honoring and commending Mr. Wayne Faxman Adams, a native of St. Thomas, who was an exemplary historian, musician, and broadcaster who dedicated his life to educating and enlightening the people of the Virgin Islands with our rich culture and history. I also rise in support of Bill number 35-0074, honoring and commending Senator Armando Rocky Liburd for his lifetime of service, particularly to the people of St. John, and his testament and dedication to public service. He's profoundly impacted our communities as his role as an educator and a legislator, and the only at-large senator to ever have served as a Senate president.
1 minute.
His legislative achievements and tireless advocacy for the Virgin Islands are significant. As for Bill number 35-0091, what can we say? Outstanding accolades and achievements for this young lady, Miss Aliyah Baston. She is a source of pride and inspiration to us all, to include, most importantly, young girls and women in the area of sports. A shining example that with hard work and determination that they can reach to the stars in their triumphs. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. I'm looking forward to voting for the affirmative.
Thank you very much, Senator Borges Jr. Next, we'll come to Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, too, rise in support of all of these measures that are in this particular block. These are honoring and commending of individuals who are in our community, those that came and are no longer here with us, and those that are still here with us. But I'll tell you, I have a little joke. Wayne Faxman Adams was the person that predicted that Donna Fred Gregory will be the ¡1 vote getter in the St. Thomas St. John district, and he predicted it over and over and over. So even though he's no longer here with us, he had something going on. So I, too, rise in support of him. I graduated in the class of 1983, and he attended Charlton Valley High School in the class of 1981. So, we got to recognize our people. There are people here in the Virgin Islands that would say that, one of the things that we do here in the legislature is we do a lot of honoring and commend. But I'll tell you,
1 minute.
It is important to recognize the people that come before us, because many of us stand on the shoulders of those people that came before us, whether it's within this institution or outside of this institution. So he made his contributions in his own very way. I think I still have a little box at home that have all of the little cartridges of the CDs that he sold for, I think, like $5. He hit you up for 10 sometimes, but we miss that. And you know what else I miss?
30
so you know that
seconds.
he was good about outstanding Virgin Islanders. So a lot of us gonna miss him making the poster that he would make and drop off to the schools for outstanding Virgin Islands. We're gonna miss it. I may figure out somebody else so we go get some pictures here. All right, so I'm gonna close by just saying that, we talk about Aliyah Boston and the significance of her being an inspiration to women in the athletic world, but I find that she's an inspiration to young girls. Not only in the athletic world, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I would like to wrap up. Not only in the athletic world, but also as an overall young woman that is an inspiration to young women, just overall with her personality, the way she was raised, etc. So I too rise in support, and of course, Armando Rocky Laibert, he made his contribution significantly here too in this institution, and I too rise in support. So, Mr. President, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Next, we'll recognize Senator Milton E. Potter. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you much, Mr. President. I rise also in support of all of the bills in block number 3. I've said this consistently: progressive communities honor and commend their own when they achieve excellence. And if we don't big up and highlight our own, who will? Who will? And right out of the gate, Wayne Faxman Adams, a contemporary of mine, we both graduated the same year, 1981. One thing that was interesting about Faxman that, I don't know if we give enough thought to, Faxman ran for the Senate when he was a youngster, maybe in his 20s, his early to mid-20s, and he actually, I believe, opened the door for other aspiring young politicians to have the confidence to enter that race. He didn't win, but he had a very respectable showing. I have, like the former speaker, I have the entire Faxman Adams gift set, the musical CD set.
1 minute.
And it is fitting, I believe, to name this bridge in his honor. Of course, everyone knows Armando Rocky Laibert, Senator at Large, former president, former educator, a very significant presence in the Virgin Islands community. It is with great pride, I think, that we support this initiative to name the North Shore Road on St. John in honor of Rocky Laibert while he is still alive, and he's able to recognize that we love and appreciate the contributions that he has made. Of course, finally, Aliyah Boston, a young, aspiring athlete. Aliyah is an exceptional athlete. She's won just about every major sporting initiative, award that's out there. She has won.
Time.
If I may just wrap up, Mr. President. But what I discovered in the short time that I had to interact with her, she is a great athlete, but she is an exceptionally well-raised, quality human being. She's intelligent, she's articulate, she's going places, a real positive example for youngsters in the community to emulate. Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for all initiatives in this block. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. I thought you were going to make reference to appearance and boy, oh boy, big man with Wayne Faxman Adams and give us a little bit of a tune, but nonetheless, we appreciate you. Next, we'll recognize Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all of these 3 bills in block number 3. Aliyah Boston will be awarded the key to the territory. Like my colleague just mentioned, she's well-grounded, religious values, family values, really dedicated. Armando Rocky Laibert, 8-term senator. But like my colleague from Savan mentioned, Wayne Faxman Adams had some little mental issues. And I want to honor Wayne Faxman Adams and also take this opportunity to make a plea to our community. As the chairman of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee, treating behavioral health must involve all of our community. We must accept this as a serious illness. Mental health involves depression, uncontrollable temper tantrums, impaired learning, post-traumatic stress disorder, and it must be treated on parity with all other illnesses. You know, if your child have a broken bone or a flu and thing, you can go to the hospital or clinic and get treated immediately. Mental illness must be treated
30
the
seconds.
same. Mental illness hurts now, and it must be treated now. Also, my fellow Virgin Islanders, mental illness involves removing and ending the stigma and discrimination mentally ill persons sometimes face here in our community. Treat behavioral health like you treat a heart patient or a kidney patient. You know, there's a new behavioral health hotline. The number is 988. I repeat, 988. You can call that hotline and get treated for mental illness. Thank you so kindly, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca, and I second that motion. Mental health and behavioral health is the new term that is referred to as a serious in this community, and we need all hands on deck in bringing about, some comprehensive relief to those individuals that may be suffering from behavioral health issues. And really, there are our doctors, our nurses, our veterans. There is a lot of people that have gone over to the dark side as a result of no fault of their own, and we have to be there to support them. So thank you very much for saying that. At this time, we recognize Senator Diane T. Capehart for her 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of these bills in this block. I have some good memories of Wayne Faxman Adams, and one that is real special to me. There was a carnival one year, and he sang, and I recorded that. And he sang about freedom fighters, everything. It was just amazing. So how can I not support Wayne Faxman Adams, who was a great historian and made sure he traveled to every island in the VI to show his presence of support at the agriculture fair, anything that was happening culturally, he was there. Bill number 35-0074, our former at-large senator of St. John, I think renaming the North Shore Road on St. John, the Armando Rocky Liber Drive, is well deserving. I'm in support of that. Bill number 35-0091. Aaliyah Boston, she's a woman Virgin Islander. That means a lot for me, who was drafted with the #1 pick in 2023 at the Women's National Basketball Association. I just have to say that she represents the Virgin Islands well. I think she's well deserving of this recognition. So, Mr. President, I rise in support of all 3 bills. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next, we will recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, the Majority Leader. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I too rise in support of all the honorees in this block. As I heard the discussion with Wayne Faxman Adams and my good millennial colleague over there talking about his CDs and whatnot, I kind of chuckled. I said, man, he just know Faxman the other day. I remember Faxman going in his big BDU pocket and pulling out cassette. I said, man, cheese and bread, nobody ain't got no cassette player no more. You got to move up, man. So then he went from the cassette to the CD, So, I mean, but he's well missed, especially when you get to the seaplane and it's just before election, and he got this whole prediction list. And even if you didn't see him at the seaplane, you're sure to get it mailed to your office. But he's well deserving of this recognition. Also, Armando Rocky Leibert, known as Hardback, he's well deserving of this. He served his community admirably. We're celebrating American Education Week this week. He happened to be a teacher as well for about 17 years, and then serve I think 8 terms in this body. So kudos to you. One of the most beautiful stretch of roadway on the island of St. John to be named after you. Ms. Leah Boston, we will need weeks to continue talking about where she have gotten in this short period of time. She has so much more to go. But when she sat here during the committee hearing for this honoring and commending, I mean, you could see how well-rounded she is from at home. And that's why I always tell people, as we talk about crime and whatnot in our community and taking back the streets, I always say you got to first take control of your home in order to take control of our streets. And you could tell, Mr. President, if I may wrap up, you could tell that there were control and love and whatnot in her home. And I just want to ask of her that while she also gives back to this territory, hopefully the Department of Education can also tap into her and have her talk to the young people in our schools, especially the young ladies. I truly dislike seeing all these text messages coming through with these fights and whatnot in the school. I'm not sure what's going on, but at some point, I'm hopeful that she will be able to also assist us by talking to some of these young ladies and even the young men. Thank you, Mr. President. At the appropriate time, I'm poised to support all 3 of these bills before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll recognize the Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all 3 measures in this block. They were all properly heard and vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which I chair. And I want to let you know, everyone who came and spoke on these measures were 110%. 110% in support. We had no detractions. I am a firm believer, and I try to demonstrate it, of giving people their flowers when they are alive. Most importantly, what we are doing is strategic in this legislature. We are naming and renaming places that were previously unnamed, one, or that may have been named by our Danish overseers at one time. And so those are strategic things that are being done.
1 minute.
Relative to Wayne Faxman, Adam Bill number 35-0014, I remembered very vividly that he was always there selling and predicting your place as in the election. And he never could predict mine. So that was a good thing. But one of the things I also remember is that when he passed,
30 seconds.
He still had votes came in support of him. Then bill number 35-0074 to honor Senator Liburd and to rename the North Shore Road in his honor. I'm full support of that. Senator Liburd was one incredible teacher, Spanish teacher at Eudora-Ken High School, which I attended and graduated from. But in addition to that, he was also a good president. And you know what? He didn't stand when he was a president, stand for people who didn't have good conduct. And who had conduct, Mr. President, if I may, who had conduct that was unbecoming a senator. He stood firm, and even if that person was not or even if they were in his party, he was going to discipline. And finally, I want to commend, and I've signed on to this bill, Aaliyah Boston. What a wonderful young person she was. Ms. Boston was very eloquent and humble when she appeared before us in the committee, and also she has that level of faith. That's what is keeping her firm. That faith that is grounded in the rock. So we want to really commend her and just pray for her to be continually successful. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we'll recognize the Senate Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I do rise in support of all three bills in the block. In respect to Bill 35-0014, in honoring and commending Wayne Faxman Adams. He lived right around the corner from me in Freedom Hall. I grew up in Nada. And one thing I must say about Faxman, he was a calypsonian, an advocate, and he was a publisher. But he always predicted many stuff. He was the one that said the next World War would be over water. I remember him saying that the next World War would be over water. So I really will be supporting this piece of legislation. Bill number 35-0074, in respect to former Senator Rocky Almondo Liburd, in which a road is going to be named after him. He was a very good president in this institution, a very good senator at large and for the island of St. John in particular. And finally, I must speak to Bill number 35-0091, in terms of Aaliyah Boston and giving her the key to the city. She was, and she is, I should say, she is a daughter of the soil, of course, and she's supportive of a Christian family that basically has imparted firm values and strong work ethic. Also, she has one of the most highly decorated basketball players in the history of women's basketball. Not only she won Rookie of the Year, but she made history as the first rookie in history of the league to score at least 550 points and grab at least 325 rebounds in one season. She's an inspiration for all Virgin Islanders, especially for women and girls worldwide. She has already begun a career in broadcasting, and she will be joining NBC Sports as the collegiate basketball analyst during the 2024 NCAA season. She also joins Tim Duncan, Julian Jackson, and so many others as an example of what our people can accomplish, even with a limitation of small island populations.
Time.
Again, Aaliyah is showing that the Virgin Islands may be a tiny place in the eyes of many, but it produces many, many mighty people. And in closing, Mr. President, I do have an amendment number 35-519, which updates the bill by including Aaliyah's many accomplishments since the bill was first drafted. And Aaliyah's successes sometimes comes too fast for us to keep up with. She's a very incredible person. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. And Madam Timekeeper, if you could put 2 minutes on the clock for me. I certainly will be supporting all three measures in this particular block. And of course, when we talk about Wayne Faxman Adams, there's no borders. I mean, he traversed the entire Virgin Islands. If there's something happening on St. Croix at the Ag Fair, at the Crucian Festival, you see Wayne Faxman Adams there. You see him in Bodo Farmers. You see him over in St. John for the independence activities. He's just all over the Virgin Islands, especially, in terms of his militant uniform. It was hard not to see him as he was there, and I think it's good for us to give back to someone that has already paid it forward in terms of his contribution here to this territory. Former Senator Armando Rocky Liburd, 8-term senators, serving 16 years here in this institution, a former educator, senator at large, twice Senate President. He was even a police auxiliary. he dabbled in all kind of things. He also, Rocky Liebert, certainly has paid his dues, and is I'm happy to be in a position to be able to recognize his contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands. Aliyah Boston, an individual that grew up in a family home, and I think that Christianity is what really has driven, the level of tenacity that we see in that young lady. Very down to earth person, when you speak and have a conversation with her. And I also admire the pillars of parental support that she have from her mother and father, who's always there to support her and put in the hard work that we're seeing here, and she being so successful today. So I'll be supporting all of the measures in this particular block, and just really thank my colleagues for recognizing the work that have been done by these individuals and nominating them for these 3 position of recognition moving forward. So at the appropriate time, we'll be voting in the affirmative for all 3 of these measures. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the first item in block number 3 for vote.
Bill number 35, that's 0014, an act posthumously honoring and commending Wayne Faxman Adams for articulating and bringing events of historic significance to the people of the Virgin Islands by naming the bridge at the Nada intersection on the island of St. Thomas the Wayne Faxman Adams Bridge.
Roll call on Bill 35-0014.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkesh Jr. Senator Bulkesh Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0014, an act posthumously honoring and commending Wayne Faxman Adams for articulating and bringing events of historic significance to the people of the Virgin Islands by naming the bridge at Nada intersection on the island of St. Thomas the Wayne Faxman Adams Bridge has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35, that's 0074, an act honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Liebert for his lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, and renaming the North Shore Road on St. John the Armando Rocky Liebert Drive.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0074.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkesh Jr. Senator Bulkesh Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0074, an act honoring and commending former Senator Armando Rocky Liebert for lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, and renaming the North Shore Road on St. John the Armando Rocky Library Drive has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations, Rocky. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0091, a resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her many accomplishments in girls and women's basketball, her contribution as an ambassador for the territory, and her contribution to women's sports worldwide, and awarding her the key to the territory.
Roll call on amendment. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move amendment number 35-519 to bill number 35-0091. Bill number 35-0091 is amended by adding the following whereas clauses at the end of the last whereas clause to read as follows. Whereas Aaliyah was named the unanimous 2023 Rookie of the Year by the WNBA on October 2nd, 2023. Aaliyah received all 60 votes from a national panel of sport writers and broadcasters, making her the only and the fifth unanimous Rookie of the Year selection in the WNBA history. She was also awarded the Associated Press Rookie of the Year on September 12, 2023, whereas in addition to winning the WNBA Rookie of the Year, Aaliyah led the 2023 WNBA All-Rookie team, whereas Aaliyah shot a WNBA high.
Motion, Senator. I heard Senator James call for the motion first.
Mr. President, I move to waive the remainder of the reading of the amendments. I so move.
So move.
Motion to waive the reading has been made by Senator Javon E. James Sr., seconded by Senator Dan Capehart, Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I so move.
So move. Second, so moved by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Any other amendments? Madam Clerk, roll call on bill number 35-0074. Corrections, 35-0091 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.? Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0091, a resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her many accomplishments in girls and women's basketball, her contribution as an ambassador for the territory, and her contribution to women's sports worldwide, and awarding her the key to the territory, the key to the city, has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. And that's as amended. At this time, I will take a 5 minutes recess.
the system.
Good afternoon. We're out of recess at this time. Colleagues, we're out of recess at this time. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 4.
Block number 4, Bill number 34. Block number 4, Bill number 35-0190, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the general fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as the most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system, and to include omitted appropriations and to make corrections to the budget items for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024. Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating $5,124,000 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund in fiscal year September 30th, 2024 for the construction and site improvements of the Paulie Joseph Stadium project and requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to submit status reports of the project to the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of $17 million or so much of that sum that is necessary in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 from the excess of funds contained in the Debt Service Reserve Fund for the gross receipt taxes revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor and establishing reporting requirements for the expended funds. Bill number 35-0048, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 719B, requiring the government employees' retirement system to send each active member an annual report of contributions by U.S. mail or by electronic means at the member's option. Bill number 35-0200, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to issue a monthly water bill abatement for 6 months to residential and commercial customers receiving potable water service in an area impacted by unsatisfactory levels of lead and copper. Bill number 35-0201, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 5, Chapter 51, Subchapter 1, Subsection 1303, requiring every owner or operator of a public water system to monitor, test, and analyze the water system's lead and copper content at least once a year. Mr. President, this concludes the reading of block number 4.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, as you have heard it, we have 6 items in block number 4, our final block for the day. And Senator Gittens, are you recognized for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, good afternoon to all. Mr. President and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0190, an act appropriating the $350,000 from the to the Water and Power Authority for the most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system, be placed as the last item in block 4 and be designated as the bill where non-germane amendments will be attached to. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Joseph, Senator Blyden, objected to by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens?
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries to place Bill number 35-190 as the last item in block number 4, and it to be designated as the bill with the non-germane amendments. Again, we still have 6 measures in this particular block, and Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4-minute debate time.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the staff of the legislature. I rise in support of several pieces of these legislation as it relates to 35-0190. From my understanding and reading the piece of legislation, that is an attempted cleanup dealing with our general fund and how our monies are being dispersed throughout the government. At the appropriate time, I will make a decision based on several pieces of amendments that, as this has been designated as the non-germane bill. 35-0180, I fully understand with us trying to complete this particular facility as it relates to the Polly Joseph Stadium. I too would like to see this facility finally completed on the island of St. Croix. So it is my hope that these funds will be able to assist with getting this done so the people of St. Croix can have a stadium to utilize shortly. Well, hopefully, because this has been going on a long time. I also rise in support of 3 pieces, 35-0048, that has to do with my piece of legislation in attempting to try to assist GRS in giving them the option of sending out their annual reporting to the active members. And currently what the law says that they have to do it via mail, and by amending the code to give them the option to the members will now be able to choose whether they want their annual report through the mail or if they would like it electronically, such as email. The other piece of legislation, 35-0200, this one speaks to dealing to a 6-month abatement. I want to stand here and thank all my colleagues for supporting this piece of legislation, as many of them have signed off on it. And this came from just really listening to the testimony that WAPA shared with us at the Committee of the Whole. And I was very, very concerned with all that we were dealing with on the island of St. Croix. And I want to be very appreciative of the information that came out, because now what we're offering to the island of St. Croix in those affected areas is a discount for 6 months during a time period henceforth, once this law has passed, dealing with water in the affected areas. Bill number 35-0201, again, I would also like to thank my colleagues for supporting this piece of legislation. Several of them also did sign on. This one has to do with us. We already have on the code books where businesses specifically dealing with water, our public sector, they have to make sure that they do certain types of testing. With this piece of legislation, we're going to make it a requirement that they do, when it comes to lead and copper, that it's done on an annual basis, so that we could have more data and information and reporting to keep up, so that things do not happen like this again, hopefully in affected areas or either affected areas that we might identify in the future as well. So I want to thank my colleagues. I will vote at the appropriate time on all of these pieces of legislation. I have some amendments coming forward as when it relates to 35-0200 and 35-0201. In discussing it with my colleagues, we came up with some just some tweaks. So once these amendments are here, I will offer them. And I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for the time, and I will vote accordingly when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next, we will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes. 4 minutes, correction.
I thought you said 14, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Good afternoon again. I rise in support of all of these measures. It's very important to speak about the Parley Joseph Stadium ballpark that has been underneath 3 different governors. Started out with Governor John DeYoung, went to Governor Mapp, and then came to Governor Bryan. A lot of these things that was taken out of the park when it was redesigned by Governor Mapp administration is now being put back in. Simple things like a press box that should have never been taken out. Why they did it is not an answer for me. I have to support this, because we must get back on that field to play baseball one more time. It's an economic driver for the town of Frederiksted that once this park is back in action, we could do something similar like what we done in Small Island. Small Island do Paradise Jam. Yeah, the capital is the Small Island to the Big Island. We could do that same replica but in baseball. The baseball team bring approximately 25 players on a team. That doesn't talk about the coaching staff, the medical staff, or the fans. So imagine bringing in 5 teams from the collegiate era where they're playing baseball. And what we have to do with it is make sure we do it in the winter time, where they don't be able to play ball on the mainland, but they can come to the Virgin Islands and play baseball in a tournament among their peers. And what we have to do with that is make sure that our national team takes part in these tournaments, which will drive that force of revenue coming to the Big Island once this park is completed. I have the opportunity on a daily basis, once I'm doing my walking, to go down there, walk, and take a full view of what the stadium is looking like. And I must say, it's coming out to be a beauty. They got up the light poles and everything like that. I can see this additional $5 million definitely completing the project. We speak about the carnival area of it for the carnival booth. And there's a lot more work than we think there is when it comes to that. Because Army Corps of Engineers has to redo that entire LaGrange gut before we even touch the carnival section. If that gut doesn't get completed by Army Corps of Engineers, putting an next $3 million into that festival part would be a waste of money. And I'm saying it very clear. The Army Corps Engineer already agreed to do that gut, picking up from LaGrange and doing some drainage, what you call drain pits, where the water will drop into a pit, come back up and continue coming down, versus all the water coming out the north side, washing, coming straight down there. It's a major project, and I hope that the administration will reach out to Army Corps Engineer in a timely manner to make sure that this project starts before we ask for $3 more million to put into the festival part of the stadium. The gut must be constructed properly to allow the water flow to travel without messing up that carnival village area of the park. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting the other 4 measures in this block, but I definitely ask all my colleagues, let's make sure we support this additional $5 million to get Parley Joseph Stadium going. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize the Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I stand in support of all the bills. I objected to 35-0190 being used as a bill for non-germane amendments because I don't support all the amendments. You know, and that $350,000, I don't want to compromise that for the water for the people of St. Croix to get that situation going. I still recommend that the Vernal National Guard stand up the water purification unit and provide the water for the residents of St. Croix. I know that could be done. The $17 million for the dredging of the harbor, it has to be done. We're looking at new super ships again coming into the territory and stuff, so we have to make that done so they could be done. Parley Joseph, I've never supported, like I said again, I recently supported the bill with this $5 million because I've been to visit it and I could see where this would be the home run stretch to get Paulie Joseph up and going. So I will support that. You know, in one of the amendments that we added into 35-190, the whistling key amendment, where I don't agree with this amendment is because, again, to me, we roll over and give the federal government what they want again. The amendment is to exchange land in Section 1, provided the use of public access to Whistling Key and its waterway known as Fungi Passage remain consistent with the National Park Service Organic Act 54 USC. And it goes on. But what we actually striking is a section in Act 8741, Section 3, that says the government of the Virgin Islands may exchange the land in Section 1 if the exchange does not interfere with or restrict the public's access to the waterway of Whistling Key and Fungi, also known as Fungi Passage, for recreational and commercial purposes. You know, that's like you don't take my land. No, you're telling me I can't have no access to it. So that's my objection to that whole issue with Whistling Key. I never supported it, but to see now that we're changing a section in it where we authorize for commercial, recreational, commercial purposes and access to the waterway, now we're totally taking it away and put it back in the hands of the federal government. So again, we just do some things. We like cutting off our nose to spite our face. But again, you know, other than that, I hope that the decisions of the amendments that I don't support won't sway me voting for 190, because I could always vote no for the amendments and still try to vote yes for the bill, because again, those are the things that I think
1 minute, 30
true and
seconds.
just to be done. So I thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, Minority Leader. Next, we'll go to Senator Samuel Carrion. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the measures in Block 4, with some reservation to Bill 350190, not because of the bill itself, but because it's been selected to be a non-germane bill where all the other amendments would be attached to, and there's some amendments that I'm not too in favor of. Nevertheless, I want to commend you, Mr. President, for one, holding the committee of the whole meeting that we had, and also for moving this measure forward that would provide some relief to the people of St. Croix. As we all know, of course, this is basically a drop in the bucket to the thousands of individuals that have been affected by the lead and copper issue that our territory has been, our district of St. Croix has been enduring. But this will bring some relief, and I thank you and colleagues for supporting this measure, moving this forward. With regards to Bill 35-0180, appropriating the $5,124,000 to Paulie Joseph Stadium, I signed on this bill to ensure that this project moves forward. As my colleagues have been mentioning, this is a project that has been going on for about 3 different administrations. It's long overdue. The people of Frederickstead and the territory of the District of St. Croix has been waiting for this, for the completion of this project. And because of that, I signed on and I'm supporting this measure. But we don't want any more excuses. We want to ensure that this project moves forward, and we want to see the completion of this project. Regards to Bill 350191, we understand that we need to dredge our ports, especially the one here in Charlotte Amalie, because it's a revenue generating, so we could be able to host and receive the bigger vessels. So I'm in support of that measure. The same thing with Bill 350048, which is requiring the government employee retirement system to send each active member an annual report on contributions by mail or by electronic means at the member's option. We know that not everybody receives electronic mails, and some individuals prefer to receive the traditional mail, so this is appropriate so that everyone could receive the notification that is necessary. In regards to Bill 35-0200 and Bill 35-0201, I stand in support of both of these measures. One is providing some relief to the ratepayers that are customers of WAPA for the brown, red water, lead, and copper contaminated water they've been receiving. It is unfair and unjust for individuals in our community to be paying these bills when the water that they're receiving is not good for consumption, is not good for cooking, is not good for most of the uses that are necessary. We all know that water is essential. It's an essential need. And that's why also I'm in favor of 0201, which requires now not only WAPA, but any owner or operator of public water system to monitor, test, and analyze the water system for lead and copper content once a year. We know that through our meeting with EPA, we found out that WAPA is only required to do it every 3 years. We understand that given the current circumstances that we're in, that we need to have more regular testing of our water system to avoid and prevent the issue that we've been facing currently. So Mr. President, I stand in support of all these measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Javon E. James Sr. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. And as we speak about the water and power authority issue, I just received notice that today at 5:30 p.m. there will be some information be given to the public regarding the St. Croix water quality, and you could watch the Government House Facebook page or the Government House Access channel today. So hopefully we could get out of here by 5:30 so we can watch it. I just want to say thank you once again to this administration for putting a price freeze order in the District of St. Croix on all items necessary for the production of water, and the list goes on. Because as we speak about bringing forward this bill, you know how it is in the private sector. If an individual can make an extra 50 cents or $1, they will. But I'm asking for these businesses to have a heart and to have a compassion for the people of the Virgin Islands as we go through these crises. So I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0190, but I'm really hoping and praying that DLCA do their due diligence with their law enforcement arm to enforce the price freeze order. As far as Bill number 35-0180, appropriating $5.1 million to complete the Polly Joseph Stadium. I know there are mixed feelings. We saw what happened with the bypass. It took 18 years. We saw what happened to many projects around here that took 18 years. But until my heart starts beating whether I'm in the Senate or not, I will make sure that I pay attention to the Polly Joseph Stadium, because we have to just do what the law says. Finish it. I don't know what we're bickering about. Finish it. Bill number 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of $17 million for, the Charlotte Amalie Harbor, and establishing reporting requirements for the expended funds. I hope and pray that with the $17 million, that the necessary departments and agencies can do what they have to do to keep our economy floating when it comes to the cruise ship industry. As far as Bill number 35-0048, kudos to my good friend. I can't call names on the Senate floor, but you know who you are. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. This bill will definitely save funds, and the bill that I speak of is requiring GRS to send each active member an annual report of contributions by U.S. mail or by electronic means. When I reach that age, I will be getting the electronic means. Bill number 35-0201 speaks to the Water and Power Authority, requiring every owner or operator of a public water system to monitor, test, and analyze the water systems. This is a no-brainer. Thank you for bringing that bill forward. And lastly, bill number 35, that's 0200. I'm not sure if we're doing that one as well, but I stand in support of all these measures, Mr. President. And I just want to end by saying to my colleagues, I hope and pray moving forward into 2024 that we can see some real movement when it comes to this water issue, because Thanksgiving is around the corner. Christmas is around the corner. So I know we're not expecting much to happen with the federal government and the assistance. So we know we're going to see some real progress in January of next year. So I just hope and pray that we continue to monitor this conversation and have the necessary hearings to hold the Water and Power Authority accountable. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. And next we'll go to Senator Angel Borges Jr. Senator at large, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all these measures. Specifically, I will be clear on 35-0190. I am in support of it currently as is. As the amendments roll in for that bill, I'll vote accordingly, yea or nay. But for 350190, appropriating $350,000 for the water crisis that is being experienced by the residents of St. Croix, and I commend the bill sponsor for taking a quick proactive approach on this so that we can try to provide drinking water for those individuals who are being most affected by the water quality situation on St. Croix. As for bill number 35-0180, concerning Paul E. Joseph Stadium, it has been a very long wait for us to see that stadium erected and even move forward to where we are now. I'm very hopeful that this will be the last time that we would have to appropriate any funds for Paul E. Joseph Stadium and hopefully have a stadium sometime in 2024. As for bill number 350191, appropriating $17 million to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for dredging the Charlotte Amalia Harbor, it's a very proactive approach maintenance-wise so that we are able to accommodate our cruise ships in our harbor. As you know, tourism is our base, one of our top bases on the GDP, and we have to be very safe and accommodate the individuals who traverse here. And we don't want to wait until a ship is hit by something in the water or stuck for us to say we should have done it. So let's get it done. As for bill number 35-0048, commend the sponsor as well to give the option for individuals who may want to receive those reports electronically. As we know, COVID has taught a lot of our elderly population to tap into technology, so I'm very hopeful that they'll be happy to also save money, meaning the GERS system with postage. Bill number 35-0200, concerning potable water service impacted for lead and copper, to give them a discount or abatement for 6 months, just to help ease the pain for those individuals who are most affected. I'll be voting in support of that as well. And lastly, bill number 35-0201, to test and analyze water systems for lead and copper content at least once a year. It is federally mandated that it's done every 3 years, and this proactive approach helps in the interim for us to test lead and copper so that we're able to detect it earlier and hopefully not have the situation what is before us at this time. Mr. President, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Borges Jr. Next we recognize Senator Donna Gregory. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of the measures in this particular block. In particular, I wish to speak to the act appropriating the $5.1 million for the Paul E. Joseph Stadium. We have been at this, it seems like, for infinitum. And it is my fervent hope that this $5.1 million will in fact be the last tranche of money. And I know that we will have another one because they neglected to include the festival portion of the funds for this project. So we're probably going to see another 5 million, 3 million. So I hope that that will be the last. But what I want to really say about this particular project is this project could be really beneficial to the Island District of St. Croix, and at the end of the day, to the United States Virgin Islands, if it is managed properly once the project is in fact completed. Thus far, we have spent about $32.5 million, and I'm going to continue to urge this administration to take very seriously the fact that we need to be attracting sports teams here to the Virgin Islands at minimum practice at the Paulie Joseph Stadium once the stadium is completed. This project has lots of potential, and we cannot allow it to become a white elephant. So as legislators, we need to push to ensure, remember push to ensure that they make good on this investment that the people of the Virgin Islands has made over the years. Acknummer, the $17 million for the dredging, some people might ask, why are we spending that kind of money? Well, that's part of our industry. However, I am not going to move away from my position that the semi-autonomous entities that are responsible for the cruise ships in particular that come into this territory, that in fact, they look at how they are generating the revenues so they don't have to come back to the institution of the legislature in future years to ask for funding. This $17 million could have been used for a lot of other things, but we acknowledge and understand the importance of our tourism industry. However, they must do their part to ensure that they raise the revenues to continue with the dredging in the territory. The $350,000, we know that for the bottled drinking water, we know that that is not sufficient, but I believe it's a step in the right direction. It's our responsibility to take care of the needs of our people. And of course, we had to add some additional language to this particular measure. We use it as an opportunity to clean up the FY 2024 budget. So I am in support of all of these measures. As a chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, I believe it is our obligation and as our responsibility as senators, not only to obligate this territory, but we have a responsibility to generate new revenues. And I'm looking at all of my colleagues here today to talk about the importance of us generating new revenues. We have to put our collective heads together as legislators to generate new revenues. We see the challenges that are ahead of us, and we need to make good on addressing those challenges. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. And next we'll go to Senator Milton E. Potter. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of all 6 measures in Block 5. Beginning with Bill number 35-0190, an act appropriating the $350,000 from the general fund to provide bottled water for our folks, our brothers and sisters in the District of St. Croix. We know that water is absolutely essential for life. I remember in 2014 when there was the Flint brown water crisis, which really dramatically impacted that community. The first thing that our community did was to issue water for affected residents as well as filters. So I think that is something that we absolutely support. It is the right thing to do for affected members in the St. Croix community. Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating the $5 million from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund to complete, finally, once and for all, the Paulie Joseph Stadium on St. Croix. I know this project has been underway for many, many years. I believe under the prior administration, that is where it started. We all know that sports tourism is a viable economic development option, and the completion of this major sports facility will open the doors for major sporting initiatives here in the territory, and I fully support us using this final $5 million. My prayer is that we won't need to put another dollar in once this $5 million is approved for the finalization of this project. Bill 35-0191, the dredging project, $17 million for the project. It is money that will be well spent. It gives us the opportunity to be able to accommodate more of the mega ships. We know the ships are coming much larger now, and in order for us to remain competitive with our competitors from St. Martin and NASA, for example, the dredging is not optional. It is absolutely mandatory. So I fully support that initiative. Bill number 35-0048, requiring us to have basically the opt-out for paper statements. We know that anybody who has some sort of stateside banking, you know that they provide you with the option of opting out of receiving the paper. We've been inundated with paper in our households. So the option of using the electronic means of getting that communication is absolutely a good thing. Bill number 35-0200, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to issue a monthly water bill abatement for a 6-month period, specifically for residential and commercial persons on the island of St. Croix who utilize the potable water that we know has had unsatisfactory levels of copper and lead. It is simply the right thing to do. Nothing else has to be said about that. And finally, Bill number 35-0201, an act amending Title 19 of the Virgin Islands Code, requiring every owner or operator of a public water system to monitor, test, and analyze the water system. I think this on an annual basis. If I may finalize, Mr. President, this allows us to really address the potential health risks of lead exposure in our territory and to possibly mitigate the potential of the sources of contamination. Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for all of the bills in block number 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Next, we'll recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all 6 bills in this block. But I can clearly say at this time that I need more time to review the Whistling Key Amendment. I need to complete my due diligence review of this matter, and I recommend that this amendment be held. You see, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Virgin Islanders, I'm in receipt of a letter here dated November the 2nd, and it's addressed to a Penelope Penny Del Ben, Acting Superintendent, Virgin Islands National Park, and it is signed by Tom Bolt, President, CEO of Alliance Title and Trust Company. And I need some time to review that. Senators, by approving Bill number 35-0190 and providing this small 350,000 drinking water relief to our residents, I would safely say we are on the right track. Mr. Hodge, the director of WAPA Water, gave testimony last week in the Committee of the Whole that the water pipes in use in the Virgin Islands, was installed in the 1940s and 50s in the districts of St. Croix and St. Thomas. These water lines, a lot of them was installed before all the senators them here were born. No, that's even before I was born. So there is testimony that the water line loss is about 10% of the operating budget. So by approving this bill, hopefully we'll make WAPA more water efficient. You know, the lead and copper is a problem, and the governor has declared a state of emergency. And I must congratulate all my colleagues here today in the 35th legislature. But WAPA still has to do better with water services, and we ain't gonna even talk about the electrical part. On St. Thomas, we need more water lines run in the neighborhood. Frenchman Bay need water line. Bordeaux, Smith Bay, all over the place need more water lines. Going on to Bill 350191 to provide the $17 million to the Port Authority to dredge the St. Thomas Harbor. That's also good. But we have two government agencies running ports. We got the WICO, Virgin Islands West Indian Corporation, and we got the VIPA, Virgin Islands Port Authority. You know, it's a mess. We need to fix it up. We need to streamline that issue. We got one port. You know, the cruise ship passenger tariffs, I want to show you what's going on. They're collecting $14.64 from the cruise ship passengers. WICO taking $7.80. The Port Authority taking $6.84. But we, the government, still have to come with $17 million to dredge the harbor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I finish? Yes, thank you. So, of course, we need to be able to accommodate the larger cruise ships to dredge the port to a minimum of 36 feet. But we cannot continue to accommodate WICO and WAPA. Port Authority. We have to fix this. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we will come to Senator Diane Capehart. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today on the front page of the Avis, there's an article of 4 children so far been found to have elevated levels in their blood due to high levels of lead and copper from the public water system. I am in support of any bill that's before me today that would help to address the water crisis. They say who feels it knows it. When those individuals turn on their pipes and there's brown water for their children to bathe, for you to wash your clothes, they're depending on us. So these 3 bills, bill number 35-0190, this is a start to providing clean water to those residents that are impacted. Bill number 35-0200, hey, we've been talking about we can't bill these people, charge them for the water that is poor quality water. So this bill provides a bill abatement. I'm in support of it. Bill number 35-0201, again, you got to make sure that they're monitoring, they're testing and analyzing the water. We would have found out probably in another 3 years, because that's when the EPA tests the water for lead and copper. We don't need every 3 years anymore. We need at least once a year, every 6 months. We need better accountability. Bill number 35-0180, the people of Frederiksted, they can't wait for this project to be done. This is a big economic boost for the island of St. Croix, and particularly for the people of Frederiksted. I'm in support of that. Bill number 35-0191, I understand the need for the dredging to continue accommodations for these ships. So, my colleagues, I'm in support of 35-0048. I don't think this is a harm to anyone. I think it's a benefit for our retirees. I'm prepared to vote, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next, we recognize Senator Gittens. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before my 4 minutes, can I get a point of information, please, through the chair to legal counsel regarding bill number 35, that's 0048. As I read the subtitle and the bill summary, it only speaks to the act requiring that the GERS is supposed to send each active member an annual report of contributions by U.S. mail or by electronic means. However, as you read into the bill on line 6, it has language speaking to striking in parentheses, the benefits or close parentheses. I'm wondering if it's the intent to truly strike this language when it's not in the heading or in the bill summary, because the benefits portion of this bill is key to members. It helps you determine what tier you're in, also how many years of service that you have in your respective employment, and also breaks down the monthly benefits. And after speaking with the bill sponsor, I am not certain that it was her intent to strike that language, but rather to give the GRS the option of, in addition to sending out these items by U.S. mail,
Senator, your question.
To go out electronically. So can you tell us what this does as it strikes that language, please?
Mr. Legal Counsel, you could respond through the chair to Senator Gittens' inquiry.
Through the chair to Senator Gittens, as the law currently stands, which is Title 3, Chapter 27, Section 719, subsection B, the system, meaning the GRS, shall send each member an annuitant by U.S. mail an annual statement of the benefits or contributions paid by the employer and employee not later than February 1st of every year. As you have inquired, this bill, if passed into law, would remove, I should say, this bill, if enacted into law, would remove the portion that speaks to the benefits or. So it would simply now read, among other things, the system shall send each member an annuitant by U.S. mail an annual statement by U.S. mail or by electronic means. Typically, statements that come from a retirement system or statements that come from, for instance, the Social Security system includes benefits. I can't speak to the intent of the sponsor, but I can speak to the general language that when one receives, typically when one receives statements from a retirement system or, for instance, as I said before, the Social Security system, such statements include various elements, including benefits. So while the language was very specific as it currently stands, this bill, if enacted into law, would replace that specific language with something general. And it will be now left to the system to determine what the annual statement would include.
Thank you, Mr. Counsel. Thank you, Mr. President.
Were you clear?
I'm clear enough that unless I get full clarity, that I would not be able to support the measure as is. So I could move on unless the bill sponsor clears it up.
Well, you recognize for your 4-minute debate time. You need to conclude that, and then I'll come back to the bill sponsor.
Thank you so much. So you can start my time now? Thank you. So bill number 35-0180, the bill to appropriate the additional $5 million. I will not forget that as a freshman senator, they came at me when I told them that this was nothing but a pig in a basket or a pig in a bag, because we didn't know what we were getting. And if you heard the finance chair stating that once this $5 million is passed, that we would have paid over $32 million for this. And yet still, we're still in limbo as to how much more monies would be needed to add in the festival village portion. Initially, this was all part of the plan. But when they came for the millions of dollars, then even then, as a freshman senator, I continued to ask, where is the actual plan that we could see? There was never a plan. I was labeled as the troublemaker, although you supposedly from St. Croix and out of Frederickstead. But see where we at? How much years later, almost 10 years later, that we're still here. I will support giving them the additional $5 million because we need the stadium. But sadly, we heard from the at-large senator and the finance chair stating that they hope that this is the last in the last, because they're going to come back for the additional monies. Regarding, which is it here? So, 0048, which I just asked for the clarity. Once I get the clarity on that, I will know exactly how I will vote on that, because with the GRS system, we need the annuitants to know exactly not only what their contributions are, but what their benefits are. So I will not be supporting anything to remove the benefits portion. And the bills regarding requiring the Water and Power Authority to issue monthly water bill abatement for 6 months, I was preempted on, but happy to work with the bill sponsor. Great minds think alike. She's bringing the bill, and I'm wholeheartedly supporting the measure in bill number 35-0200. Also in 35-0201, the act amending the Virgin Islands Code by requiring every owner or operator of a public water system to monitor, test, and analyze the water system's lead and copper content at least once a year. It's been the practice of the authority, as they testified, that they used to do it once a year and then went on to now do it every 3 years. So at the appropriate time, I will support the measures before us. Some reason I think I'm leaving out something, but at the appropriate time, Mr. President. Oh, and I also support the appropriation of the $350,000. Thank you, Mr. President, for bringing that relief to the individuals on St. Croix who desperately needs this water assistance. I'm not certain if we have determined everybody just yet, but whomever needs it, I'm hopeful that the water gets into their hands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll go to Senator Carla Joseph. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand in support of all of these measures, these 6 measures that are in this block. First, I want to just speak on the $5.1 million from the Community Facilities Trust Fund for the Paul E. Joseph Stadium in Frederickstead, and say that this facility is a long time in coming. It's a revenue generating mechanism to really bring additional economic funds and sources to our big sister island. So I'm in support of it. And I understand, yes, it's had some complications underway, but at the end, we want to be able to see that this project is completed. So I'm in support of it. Also, I'm in support of the act appropriating $17 million for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. I just want to say that I had the opportunity for the first time to attend the Sea Trade Conference in March of this year. And who I was hanging with was the late Honorable Alicia Chucky Hansen, who was showing me the ropes and placing me under her wings. And we were talking extensively about our product. And she said, Carla, Senator, we have to do more to keep up with the competition and to stay ahead. Recently, I attended the reception for Paradise Jam, and the Commissioner of Tourism indicated we were one of the top cruise industry, and Condé Nast voted the top cruise industry destination. We want to keep that. We want to be number one and continue to be number one, and for the entire Caribbean as well as the world to follow our lead. So I am definitely in support in investing in us and to keep us on top and number one. Then we have bill number 0048. And also regarding the retirement system, this bill in particular is a very good bill. I think it has a really good intent, but my previous speaker, the majority leader, brought up an issue, and I am also curious about that now. Now, bill number 35-0200 deals with the potable water issue in St. Croix, and it requires that both potable water for the residential and commercial customers be tested in the areas that are impacted by unsatisfactory levels, be tested an abatement for the bills that they receive. And those areas that were actually affected receive some type of financial relief for a certain amount of period, which is 6 months, 6 billing cycles. Then 35-0201, that is really one of the good better bills here, because I'm all for testing and to assure that we are being preventative in what we do. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to just wrap up briefly. So I'm in support of that. And finally, the monies that are going to appropriate for bottled drinking waters for our sisters and brothers in the affected areas in St. Croix, the $350,000. I am in definite support of that. And at the appropriate time, because that's a non-germane bill, I will be offering an amendment regarding some funding to extend that funding to align with the governor's executive order for the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we'll go to Senator Marvin Blyden. Vice President, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do rise in support of all the bills in this block. Bill number 35-0190, Bill number 35-0200, and Bill number 35-0201. All has to do with the same issue in respect to water quality, water testing, etc. Bill number 35-0190 appropriates $350,000 to buy bottled water, and it is a must that we must assure that drinking water is a necessity that everyone needs to live. So basically, I will be supporting that legislation. And also, Bill number 35-0200 basically is an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to basically give an abatement up to 6 months moving forward for those individuals affected by this crisis And also Bill number 35-0201 deals with testing on an annual basis for copper and lead. So I will be supporting those three pieces of the legislation. In respect to Bill number 35-0180, which appropriates $5.1 million for Paul E. Joseph Stadium on the island of St. Croix. And that has been on the books for some time in terms of funding. And I hope that this $5.1 million is the end of the road for funding for this long anticipated investment on the island of St. Croix that will actually hopefully give us a return on our investment in terms of sports tourism and other areas when it comes to our tourism product, especially when it comes to sporting tourism. So I look forward to the completion of this project on the island of St. Croix. Bill number 35-0191, which appropriates $17 million for the island of St. Thomas in terms of the dredging project, in terms of our harbor here. We have one of the most beautiful harbors in the world, and we know that we are looking for a return on our investment when it comes to that $17 million investment, because as was said during the hearing, we expect to receive more than $17 million in terms of the X-class ships that will be coming in terms of the jobs, the many businesses, in terms of taxes, and the like. And my colleague just spoke about, we were almost number one last week at the Paradise Dam event. The commissioner stated that the day before, we were named number one destination in the Caribbean. So that's a blessing, and I hope that we continue to move forward, but it's about supply and demand. And if we don't have the supply in terms of the proper harbor, the demand will not be there, and we will not be able to compete in the world market. So definitely I will be supporting a piece of legislation. And lastly, in respect to Bill number 35-0048, when it comes to more than one means, when it comes to our retirees, in respect to the annual statement, it will save us money in some terms, and at the same time, it will make it more accessible for other retirees where they can get a copy of their statement electronically. So definitely I will be supporting all of these measures in this block. And Mr. President, I want to thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Point of information, Senator Francis Heidegger.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. I just wanted to share with my colleagues as well as the listening audience that in regards to Bill 35-0048, what is sponsored by myself, we did go and pull up the original drafting request. And it states the system shall provide each active member an annual statement of benefits or contributions paid by the employer and employee no later than February 1st of each year. The member shall have the option of selecting to receive statements or benefits via U.S. mail or via electronic means. That is what I was submitted. And after speaking to the attorney, she did suggest that she might have made a mistake. And so I am dealing with legal counsel who's drafting a quick amendment to take out Section 3 to resolve the entire issue. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much for that update, Senator Francis Heidegger. If the Madam Timekeeper could put 4 minutes on the clock for me, I'll appreciate it. I want to say that I certainly support the measure 35-0048, and especially with the amendment that's being offered, because we don't want to exacerbate the situation that we're experiencing with the government employees retirement system and their responsibility for sending out this annual reporting to the beneficiaries or their annuitant as well as the active members. So certainly making sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's to complete this measure will certainly be beneficial to all involved. So thank you for that. I am also in support of 35-0200, an act that will issue a monthly water bill abatement for 6 months to residential customers and in those potable water service areas that have been deemed to have been impacted by the unsatisfactory levels of lead and copper in those particular areas. I think it's critical that we understand that there is a a financial implication to this. And in fact, we want to make sure that we're not leaving the water and power strap, but rather to make sure that equally that our consumers, those individuals that utilize the water system, that they could be able to receive an abatement until such time as all of the corrective measures could be taken to address the water situation and improve the quality of water in that scenario. We know from all accounts that the water coming out of Seven Seas has been deemed to be quality water, and somewhere along the line, once they get into the pipes, is where the problem comes in. So we want to make sure that we're addressing that particular issue. In respect to the dredging and the $17 million that I moved on the behalf of the administration, again, I think it's critical that this money be made available for the purpose of the dredging and allowing for the Port Authority's responsibility to dredge that area that is really occupied and used by WICO is done. I still believe, as I testified to, or as I spoke to during the testimony phase, that I believe that WICO has a responsibility to have a conversation with their tenants, these individuals that are utilizing the cruise ship in that area, Carnival, Destiny, Norwegian, and those others, to at least have a conversation with how they too could commit some resources to that particular area. They do it everywhere else. They do it everywhere else in the Caribbean, and I believe that there are some opportunities there for a public-private partnership, and we should not leave that issue on the table. We saw what happened, what Port Authority have been able to do down at Crown Bay with Royal Caribbean, and that commitment for them to really do the improvement that's happening over at Crown Bay, as well as the Annie Riverson Pier on St. Croix, and I think equally that those other cruise lines could do the same thing for the WICO area. So I'm imploring them to continue to at least be able to have that conversation with them.
1 minute.
The worst of worst is that they could say no. Real quickly, the $5.1 million that's being made available for the Polly Joseph Stadium, unfortunately, I can't sit here and say that that's going to be a final one. It'll be perhaps the final for the Polly Joseph Stadium itself, but the Carnival Christmas Festival Village, we know that there's testimony that they still need an additional $3 million to do the build out for the festival village. So I know at some point they'll be coming back to this body to support and assist with the Carnival Village. Of course, my legislation have been supported by all of my colleagues in regards to $350,000 to provide bottled waters to those individuals impacted in the appropriate areas. I certainly support that. There is an amendment that's going to be offered today for the purpose of right-fitting the legislation in regards to the St. John land swap between the Whistling Key and Catherineburg. And obviously, at this point, we have already approved that land swap. However, the powers to be the attorneys that's working on this particular measure have determined that, in fact, there is some language issue, and I have asked for a technical amendment to be made to address that language issue to right-fit the total transfer and of the Whistling Key. So that amendment will be offered today. I ask for my colleagues' support on this, and again be able to clear the way so that we could have a school on St. John as well as a hurricane shelter. That amendment will be offered today, as well as several other amendments in regards to Bill 35-0190, which has been deemed to be the bill with the non-germane amendments. At this time, that concludes the debate time for block number 4, and I'll call on Senator Gittins for his point of personal privilege. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I just wanted to thank the minority senator for clarifying Bill number 35-0048 for us before we vote on it. I believe a technical amendment would be coming. So again, I just wanted to publicly say thank you, and that's how we do it in the spirit of cooperation. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Senator Gittins, Majority Leader. Next, Madam Clerk, please call up the items to be considered in block number 4, starting with Bill 35-0180.
Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating $5,124,000 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund in fiscal year September 30th, 2024 for the construction and site improvements of the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project and requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to submit status reports on the project to the Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill 35-0180.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart?
Yeah.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion?
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca? Absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Please, I'm sorry, before you total tally, please record Senator Fonseca's vote as yay. Tally.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating $5,124,000 from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. Actually, they're supposed to be the committee's trust fund. The committee's facilities trust fund in fiscal year September 30th, 2024 for the construction and site improvement for Paul E. Joseph Stadium project and requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to submit status reports of the project to the Legislature of the Virgin Islands have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of $17 million or so much of that sum as is necessary in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 for the excess of funds contained in the Debt Service Reserve Fund for the gross receipts tax revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte Marley Harbor and establishing reporting requirements for the expended funds.
Roll call on Bill 35-0191.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr.? Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of $17 million or so much of the sum that is necessary in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 for the excess of funds contained in the debt service reserve fund for the gross receipt taxes revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor and establishing reporting requirements for the expended funds have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0048, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 719B, requiring the government employees retirement system to send each active member an annual report of contributions by U.S. mail or by electronic means at the member's option.
Amendment, Senator Francis Heiliger.
President, per Rule 511D, I move to strike subsection 3 of Bill number 35-0048 that does not contain more than 5 words and does not alter the meaning or intent of the bill, pending the receipt of the written amendment from the Office of Legal Counsel. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Francis Heiliger, seconded by Senator Javon James, Senator Blyden. Hearing and Senator Gittins, hearing no objection. So ordered. Madam Clerk, please call up the bill as amended. Roll call on Bill 35-0048 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Cadion.
Yes.
Senator Cadion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph not voting. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0048, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 719B, requiring the government employees retirement system to send each active member an annual report of contributions by U.S. mail or by electronic means at the member's option, as amended, had been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the full body for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 35-0048, an act amending Title 3, Bill number 35-0200, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to issue a monthly water bill abatement for 6 months to residential and commercial customers receiving potable water service in an area impacted by unsatisfactory levels of lead and copper.
Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to amend Bill number 35-0200, amendment number I move to offer amendment number 35-551 to Bill number 35-0200, offered by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Bill number 35-0200, Section 1, subsection A, is amended by striking "and commercial" and by adding paragraph 3 to read as follows. Quote, Subsection 3, the government of the Virgin Islands shall use any available funds, federal monies, to satisfy the cost of abatement in this section. I so move.
Second.
Objection.
Amendment moved by Senator Francis Heiliger, seconded by, who was the second? Senator Capard, Senator Johnson, objected to by Senator DeGraff. 2-minute debate time.
This piece of legislation was brought forward in order for us to really assist the island of St. Croix. And what we are attempting to do is really just give them a simple easement to their financial burden of dealing with this interesting water that has been coming through the pipes. What this bill does is it offers the affected areas with this brown water, the residents, a 6-month abatement, but what we are amending it to, that it just strictly deals with the residents of that area, as well as the offset could be paid through any federal monies that this government has to help offset the cost to WAPA. So that is what this amendment is about.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heiliger?
1 minute, 9 seconds.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, I just needed a clarification on the commercial striking and the abatement. Reserve the balance of my time. Why not?
How much time remains for Senator DeGraff?
1 minute, 48 seconds.
Very well. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize.
Well, since my colleague fully has gotten the explanation, as well as my other colleagues here in the chambers, I return the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Senator DeGraff, you have 1 minute, 48 seconds.
Yeah, I withdraw the ballot. I withdraw my objection. Thank you, Mr. Chair. President.
You withdraw your objection. Senator Francis Heiliger. So move.
I so move.
So move, seconded. No objection. So ordered. Madam Clerk, please roll call on bill number 35-0200 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator. My apologies. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0200, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to issue a monthly water abatement for 6 months to residential and commercial customers receiving potable water service in the area impacted by unsatisfactory levels of lead and copper, as amended, has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 35-0201, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 51, Subchapter 1, Section 1303, requiring every owner or operator of a public water system to monitor, test, and analyze the water system's lead and copper content at least once a year.
You had an amendment for this, sir? You recognize for your amendment, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. I move Amendment 35-552 to Bill number 35-0201, offered by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Bill number 35-0201, Section 1, Line 4 is amended after public water system by adding or private water system. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Francis Heiliger, seconded by Senator all a minority. Senator Carrion, Senator DeGraff, Senator Johnson. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, please call up Bill 35-0201 as amended.
Bill number 35-0201, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Island Code, Part 6, Chapter 51, Subchapter 1, Section 1303, requiring every owner or operator of a public water system to monitor, test, and analyze the water system's lead and copper content at least once a year, as amended.
I'm sorry. The roll call on bill numbers, I'm being distracted. 35-0201. As amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Diane T. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel L. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon A. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0201, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 51, Subchapter 1, Section 1303, requiring every owner or operator of a public water system to monitor, test, and analyze the water system's lead and copper content at least once a year, as amended, has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Bill number 35-0190, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the general fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system, and to include omitted appropriations and to make corrections to the budget items for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024.
Stand by, Madam Clerk. We'll take a 2-minute recess. We out. Mic check 1, 2. We're out of recess. Before we went on recess, we did have the Madam Clerk call up Bill number 35-0190, and act to appropriate $350,000 from the general fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system, and to include omitted appropriations and to make corrections to the budget items for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024. At this time, I know that there's several amendments, as this is the bill that have been tapped to be the non-germane amendments. So, colleagues, whoever have the amendments, please identify yourself and we go. Amendment, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Mr. President, I move amendment number 35292 to bill number 35-0190 is amended by inserting an appropriate number section to read as follows: section blank, Act number 8722, section 6 is repealed. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator Carrion, Senator Capehart. Hearing no objection. Objection. Senator Javon E. James Sr. 2-minute debate time. Senator James, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Mr. President and colleagues, I'm just trying to get from the sponsor of this amendment what is his intent as we speak about transparency, because not everyone is privy to the amendment that we have here before us as far as the listening and viewing public. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time does?
1 minute, 43 seconds for Senator James.
Thank you.
I will start off like this. It's as simple as it is. It's actually putting back the anti-doping law into horse racing. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Johnson?
1 minute, 52 seconds.
Senator James?
Mr. Chair, or Mr. President, I would like to hear from the previous speaker what he means putting back, or what that's supposed to mean. Taking out, putting back, what's that supposed to mean? I resolve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Javon James?
1 minute, 28 seconds.
It's very simple. Why do all
Senator
measures...
Johnson, 1 second, please. You have 1 minute, 52 seconds to speak. Go ahead.
It's very simple. Why do all major sports ban drugs? Very simple.
In the mic.
It's very simple. It is fair, if it's fair for one athlete to be on steroids and compete against other in a swimming or track field, is it fair? The answer is no. And basically what this does when you put in the anti-doping, it regulates horse racing. A lot of folks believe that you're going to stop them from using Lasix. You're going to stop them from using Benamine. Lasix is actually a medication to take liquid out the horse's lungs, fluid out his body. Benamine is a pain medication. And what Benamine do is keep the horse from feeling pain. But you don't put Benamine in a horse that is lame to put him on the track to risk lives of people and also risk the horse for hurting himself and dying. We have to protect the industry. I reserve the rest of my time.
56 seconds for Senator Johnson.
Thank you. Senator James, you have 1 minute, 28 seconds.
Mr. President, I'm not sure if the sponsor of the amendment misunderstood what I asked or inquired, but I keep hearing about putting back, replacing, but nothing was ever taken out of the Virgin Islands Code when it comes to anti-doping. It was established already that it was held in abeyance. So I keep hearing the words taken out, putting back. Nothing was removed, Mr. President. So I'm just trying to get from the sponsor of the amendment, what is he really trying to say about as far as putting back? I reserve the balance of my time.
54 seconds for Senator James.
Thank you. Senator Johnson, you have 56 seconds.
It's very simple. Abeyance means suspend. And basically you suspend the anti-drug law. I hold the rest of my time.
How much time remains?
46 seconds for Senator Johnson.
Senator James, you recognize.
Mr. President and colleagues, we know what we all discussed behind closed doors. We discussed several solutions for the interim. Let me talk. We discussed several solutions, the good finance chairman, some several solutions, and we discussed ways how we could go about doing the right thing to make sure what you're saying is not being done. It is up to this body
30 seconds
to make a conscious decision whether we want to vote on this amendment or not. But I just want to make it very clear to the public, nothing was taken out of the Virgin Islands Code. The Horse Racing Commission is still working on the rules and regulations. I'm waiting for that hearing up to this date to bring the Horse Racing Commission in to find out what is the status of the rules and regulations, but nothing was taken out. It was held in abeyance, and Mr. President, if you can tell this person to stop talking, because when we do it, he don't like it. Thank you.
Time.
It was held in abeyance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, all of your time have been expired. Senator James, Senator Johnson, you have 46 seconds.
To all my colleagues and the people of this territory, HISA is a federal regulation for horse racing. It's federal. And local law does not trump federal law. And if we continue trying to put this industry to run it
30
wrongfully,
seconds.
the federal government will come right inside here and shut our racetrack down. I believe that it's right for us to start horse racing the right way. This is not about St. Croix versus St. Thomas. This is about doing something that's right for the industry to protect the horses and to protect the lives of the jockeys that are on top of these horses. People are playing game with this. Let's not play with people's lives here. Let's not play with the animal lives, because the Animal Humane Society right down on this island, right in this territory dealing with us for wrongfully injecting
Senator, all your time have expired.
medication.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Very well. At this time, Madam Clerk, please roll call on the amendment.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Sorry, Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter. Senator Potter, not voting. Mr. President, 6 yeas, 5 nays, 1 absent, 3 not voting.
Please record or change Senator Joseph's vote to no, and change Senator Potter's vote to no. Senator Fred Gregory, vote to no.
Mr. President, 5 yeas, 8 nays, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Very well, the amendment fails. Amendment? Anyone else with amendments? Amendments, Senator Potter?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I offer amendment number 35-229 to Bill number 35-0190. Bill number 35-0190 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 715, subsection C, is amended by striking with the advice and consent of the legislature. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Potter, seconded by Senator Joseph, objected to by Senator Francis Heiliger. 2-minute debate time. Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2-minute debate.
While I appreciate what my colleague is attempting to do by basically removing the legislature from having any say as to the administrator of our entire government retirement system, I find it is still a necessary need. We have to understand when it comes to our retirement system and the thousands of people that depend on that system, it is a major part of our gross domestic product. And if anything ever happens to our GRS, it's going to really have a major impact on our economy. So I personally feel that this additional level of scrutiny is very much needed and important. While there are several other autonomous agencies that do not need this additional level of scrutiny, when it comes specifically to GRS, I think it's a great safety net, as well as having us as the representatives of the people to have some kind of analysis as to who is going to be heading that specific agency in protecting the retirement of thousands of people here in this territory. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heiliger?
51 seconds.
Senator Potter, you recognize you got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I believe that this bill is necessary because if you look at it, we have the University of the Virgin Islands, highest level educational institution in the territory. They have a board of directors made up of competent persons who we approve. They hire the president. The Virgin Islands Port Authority, the gateway to our economy, they have a board that we approve. They hire the executive director of the Port Authority. The hospitals, the highest level medical institution in our territory, they have competent board members. They are empowered to hire the CEO of the hospitals. Same for WAPA. Same for the Waste Management Authority. I think that it is overreaching on the part of the legislature to now require the GERS board to send down the names of the person who they selected after hiring a search firm for us to give our advice and consent. I don't know what additional responsibilities, I don't know what additional expertise we bring to the table. Let the experts hire the individual. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you.
How much time remains for Senator Potter?
25 seconds.
Very well. Senator Francis Heidegger, you have 51 seconds.
Several of the examples that my colleague utilized, the University of the Virgin Islands, if that board fails, our economy does not fail. When it comes to the hospitals, there's also an entire health department as backup support. You also spoke about WAPA. We don't even need to discuss that board. So let's also discuss about waste management. We have been trying our best to get waste management to afford themselves from the time it has been created. So at the end of the day, I will make every attempt to protect our retirement system by having this additional level of scrutiny on behalf of the people that was elected to represent the very people who are being serviced by this retirement system. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heidegger?
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
If education fails...
1 second, Senator Potter. You have 25 seconds.
If education fails, God help us all in this territory. God help us all if education fails. Okay? This very body amended the legislation, putting specific requirements for the members of the board. They have specific requirements. They have the technical expertise to do the job of selecting a competent person to serve in that capacity. It is not necessary for it to come to the Virgin Islands legislature. Thank you very much for the time.
Very well. Thank you, Senator Francis Heidegger. You have 3 seconds.
One of the things he did not make note, the Board of Education elected board members
All time have
selected
expired.
by the people.
Thank you.
So
All
be
time have
mindful of
expired.
that.
Thank you. Time has expired. Roll call on amendment number 35-229.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden not voting. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart not voting. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca not voting. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
No.
Senator Francis Jr. nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter yay. Mr. President, 5 yeas.
1 second. Record your voters. Please record Senator Blyden's vote as yes. Please record Senator Capehart vote as no.
Mr. President, 6 yeas, 7 nays, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Please record Senator Fonseca's vote as yes and tally.
Mr. President, 7 yeas, 7 nays, 1 absent.
The measure fails. Senator Blyden, you recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 35-091 to bill number 35-0190.
One second, Senator, please speak into the mic as clearly as possible. We have our stenographer that's remote and unable to hear in some instances.
I move amendment number 35-091 to bill number 35-0190. Section 1, Act number 8700, which is bill number 35-0003, is amended by adding section 10 to read as follows. Section 10, the funds appropriated in section 1 through 8 remain available until expended. I so move.
Amendment number 35-091 has been properly moved by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Joseph. Senator Francis Heiliger, hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Joseph.
Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 35-495, and it reads, Bill number 35-0190 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, Act number 8647 is amended in section 6, subsection C, by striking December 31st, 2023 and inserting December 31st, 2024. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Blyden. Senator James Sr., hearing no objection, so ordered. Any other amendments? Amendments, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 35-546 to bill number 35-0190. Bill number 35-0190, section 3 is amended in the following instances by adding 1. By adding to paragraph 12 is subparagraph M that reads as follows. M, Cost Center Miscellaneous Organization is amended by striking DSPR Estate Profit Three Kings Celebration and inserting DSPR Eddie Ortiz Annual Three Kings Tradition Inc. in its place. 2, by adding is paragraph 14 that reads as follows. 14, Cost Center Agency Miscellaneous Item GVI Autonomous/Semi-Autonomous Division is amended by striking VI General Election and inserting VI General Election Primary and General in its place. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden, and objected to by Senator Gittins. 2-minute debate time. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 2 minutes debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues and the people of the Virgin Islands, I want to remind you all that this body has moved to remove any language under Title 18 referring to primary elections. All primary elections should be paid for and handled by the respective parties. And in this case, if we're going to be returning language to state primary and general elections, then we're contradicting what we have put in place. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
1 minute, 28 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. You recognize you got 2 minutes.
Well, I don't really have any argument on this. We are just trying to clean up the scrivener's errors that was in the budget bill of 2024. This is only repeating the information that was in the budget in 2023, FY 2022, and back. So it's just clean up scrivener's errors. So this is not something that I'm going to go back and forth on. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remaining for Senator Fred Gregory?
1 minute, 38 seconds.
Senator Gittins, you recognize you have 1 minute, 28 seconds.
Thank you. I call that a given because we know that the language should just speak to elections, not primary elections. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remaining for Senator Gittins?
1 minute, 18 seconds.
Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize you got 1 minute, 38
Like I
seconds.
indicated earlier, thank you, is cleaning up of the scrivener's errors in the FY 2024 budget. This information has been presented in the past, in the FY 23 budget and prior. So again, as the chair of the Finance Committee, all I'm doing is cleaning up the errors that were sent up to Government House to clean up our budget bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remaining for Senator Fred Gregory?
1 minute, 11 seconds.
Senator Gittins, you recognize you have 1 minute, 18 seconds.
Listen, I don't need the 1 minute, 18 seconds. I'm going to say, if we're cleaning up, let's clean up. We already stated that there is no mention to primary elections in Title 18, and here it is now because of past practices. We're talking about just using the same language. I reserve the balance of my time. I mean, not reserve, I return the balance of my time, and I will just vote no on the amendment. We can't be contradicting ourselves.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Fred Gregory, you have 1 minute, 11 seconds.
I reserve the balance of my time as well.
You return?
I return.
Very well. All time have been returned. At this time, roll call on the amendment.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelle Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory not voting. Oh, sorry. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Oh, sorry. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Amendment number 35-546 have been approved. Motion carries. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of information through the chair to legal counsel. Would it be substantive to make a floor amendment or technical amendment to remove primary and general to just state via elections?
Yes, yeah. Yes.
No, I'm just asking if...
Legal counsel, you may respond to the question. I know the answer is, but you go ahead and respond to the question.
Sure. Through the chair to Senator Gittins, with respect to your question, Section 511 of your rules of this body indicate that a technical amendment, if it is substantive, cannot be made on the floor. It would have to be a written amendment. So that is a substantive amendment because you would be moving language that refers to the primary election, which certainly would then indicate that you're removing funding for the primary election. So that is a substantive amendment.
Thank you very much, legal counsel. Stand, Senator. Use the mic. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. President. to the chair, to legal counsel, if based on the question that our majority leader asked earlier, and you responded to, if you are on the opposing side, can you even, and the vote has already been taken, can you even be considered for any amendment? Isn't it that the prevailing side will have to ask for a reconsideration before we even consider the question that was asked?
You may respond through the chair,
Thank you, Mr.
legal
President.
counsel.
Yeah, through the chair to Senator Fred Gregory, if the senator was moving a motion for reconsideration, that is out of order because he was not on the prevailing side. However, if he were to present some sort of a technical amendment absent a motion, while he could do that technically, that is not a technical amendment. That is substantive, and that would not be allowed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amendment, thank you very much, legal counsel, for that response. At this time, Senator Bolkes, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-409 for bill number 35-0190. Bill number 35-0190 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 3, Subsection 410, Subsection A, Paragraph 2 is amended as follows. A, strike second and insert between the second. B, strike by after may and insert from 12 noon to and. C, strike 5 p.m., 7 calendar days thereafter and insert the third Tuesday in May by 6 p.m. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolkes, seconded by Senator Carrion, Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator James Sr., Senator Gittins, hearing no objection, so ordered. You have any other amendments?
Yes, amendment, Mr. President.
Amendment.
Mr. President, colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-385 to amend Bill 35-0190. Bill number 35-0190 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section 1, Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, Subchapter 1, Section 97, Subsection F is amended by striking $50 and inserting $100 in its place. I so move.
Senator, that amendment was circulated?
Yes, Mr. President. Each member should have a copy on their desks.
Very well. Senator, motion probably made by Senator Bolkes, seconded by Senator Joseph, and objected to by Senator Fred Gregory. 2-minute debate time.
Mr. President and colleagues.
1 second, sir. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for your 2-minute debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Fred Gregory?
1 minute, 54 seconds.
Very well. Senator Bolkes, you recognize you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, this is very simple. This amendment takes a $50 stipend and brings it up to $100 for the Board of Education members. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Very well. Senator Fred Gregory, you have 1 minute, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. My objection is basically to hear from my colleague exactly what the amendment is so the people can hear. But my other concern with the amendment is we just came through the FY24 budget cycle. And when we have matters of this nature, it is important that we bring these matters during the budget cycle, in addition to the fact that I have no issue with this amendment, providing that it is no request to increase the FY24 budget as it stands, because we know that we have economic challenges here as it relates to our funding. Thank you. I reserve the balance.
How much time remains for Senator Fred Gregory?
1 minute, 18 seconds.
She said reserved. Senator Bolkes, you recognize. You have 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do concur with my colleague concerning her concerns. But nevertheless, previously, this institution raised the stipend for the Board of Elections from $75 to $100. So this amendment puts the Board of Education, another revised Organic Act board, on par with the $100 stipend for those members. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
1 minute, 15 seconds.
Senator Fred Gregory, you have 1 minute, 18 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said, I wanted the community to understand exactly what we're doing here. I am done. I return my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. She didn't say, she said reserve, Senator. Senator Bolkes, you have 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Mr. President, I would just return the balance of my time. Thank you. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Bolkes, seconded by Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Bolkes.
Mr. President.
You withdraw? I thought you withdrew. You didn't withdraw the objection? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I thought. No. So we'll go to a vote since you didn't withdraw your objection. You just return the balance of your time. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. No. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Frank.
Not voting.
Senator James Sr., not voting. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yay. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, one absent, two not voting.
Thank you very much. The motion carries. That's amendment number 35-385. Amendment. Senator Bolkes, you recognize for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-543 to amend bill number 35-0190. Bill number 35-0190 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads section blank. Act number 8741 is amended by striking section 3 in its entirety and inserting a new section 3 that reads as follows. Section 3, the government of the Virgin Islands may exchange the land in Section 1 provided the use of the public access to Whistling Key as its waterway known as Fungi Passage remains consistent with the National Park Service Organic Act 54 U.S.C. 100101 and all applicable federal laws and regulations. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolkes, seconded by Senator Blyden, objected to by Senator Francis Heiliger. 2-minute debate time. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your debate.
I reserve the balance of my time. Make your argument. Go ahead.
You have 2 minutes debate time, Senator Bolkes.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, let me do it this way. This situation right here feels like deja vu. I stood in these chambers on September, was it the 16th or the 15th, where we had a very distinct debate between me and my very same colleague here from St. John, where we had a debate over this same similar amendment. And what I clearly said on the Senate floor that day, that no local law can trump federal law. And here we are attempting to strike that entire amendment this body passed to include additional language to state that the National Park Service Organic Act 54 USC 100101 and all applicable federal laws and regulations. What is happening that the public is not aware of, that this deal is potentially in jeopardy right now, because one of the key points that the legislature included was to make sure that this deal could not go through until we were able to guarantee that the waterways between the Fungi Pass was still accessible to the residents. Well, guess what? Now it's time to sign the deal. The federal government said not a thing goes so. We want you to put in here that our rules trump are you on, so that we could do what we want when we get Whistling Key. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heiliger?
32 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Bocas. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. President and colleagues, I don't believe that that is an accurate interpretation of what's before us. This amendment is brought forward because, yes, the contract has to move forward and be signed so that we can swap the property to get the school. But we never, ever owned the water rights. So let's not misconstrue it. We never owned the water rights, and the national park let our people go through Fungi Passage as much as they wanted to, and that will continue. That does not change. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bocas?
1 minute, 22 seconds.
Hi.
You, my girl.
My turn.
Senator Francis Heiliger, you got 32 seconds remaining.
Thank you. The original bill, Section 3, what they're attempting to strip, originally said that was passed. The government of the Virgin Islands may exchange the land in Section 1 if the exchange does not interfere with or restrict the public access to the waterways of Whistling Key, known as the Fungi Passage, for recreation and commercial purposes. They want to wipe the whole thing out and add in the federal laws that we have to comply with them. So at the end of the day, the federal government saying we cannot continue with the language that exists. They want
Your time has expired, Senator. Your time has expired. Thank you. Senator Bocas, you have 1 minute, 22 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, let's talk about recreational commercial purposes. The national park does not conduct recreational or commercial services. They contract, okay, vendors to do that for them. The national park cannot conduct any recreational or commercial purposes. So the fact is that that amendment fixes all of that. There is no issue with the waterways. I reserve the balance. I return the balance of my time.
Very well, thank you. All time have been returned or expired. Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call on the amendment number 35-543.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, not voting. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, not voting. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, not voting. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter. No. Senator Potter, nay. Mr. President, 2 yeas, 6 nays, 2 absent, 5 not voting.
Please record Senator Javon James as yes. Please record Senator Fred Gregory. To yes. Please record Senator Blyden's vote to yes.
Yes, for Javon.
Senator Potter? You didn't say anything. What you said? Not voting?
Senator James, yes.
I'm sorry? Please record Senator Joseph vote as yes.
Yes, for Javon James. My vote is no.
Please record Senator Fonseca vote as no.
Yes, for me.
Yes for, yes.
Mr. President, 6 yeas, 7 nays, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you. Measure fails. Amendment, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 35-554, which was distributed, an amendment to bill number 35-0190, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0190 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows: Section blank, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 719 is amended in subsection B by striking or and inserting the word and. I so move.
Motion probably made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Blyden and Senator Francis Heiliger, objected to by Senator DeGraff. 2-minute debate time between the minority leader and the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see or and. I don't buy cat in bag, so could you explain? I reserve the balance of my time.
1 minute, 54 seconds for Senator DeGraff.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, you recognize you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Minority Leader. Colleagues and people of the Virgin Islands, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 719B states that the system, meaning the GRS, shall send each member and annuitant by U.S. mail an annual statement of benefits or contribution paid by the employer and the employee not later than February 1st of every year. This amendment simply states instead of to send an annual statement of benefits or contribution, it should be benefits and contributions. Remember, I stated earlier that the benefits helps the annuitants to determine what tier they're in, how many years of service they have, and their monthly benefits being taken out. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
1 minute, 2 seconds.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize you have 1 minute, 54 seconds.
Yes, a technical amendment was made to remove the section on benefits. So could you explain out that part? I reserve the balance of my time.
1 minute, 45 seconds to Senator DeGraff.
The technical amendment made earlier was to remove the language in the bill proposed by the senator. This amendment now proposes to replace the word or to and in the legislation itself that's currently existing. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
42 seconds.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you recognize?
I withdraw my objection.
And will support. Thank you, Mr. President. I return the balance of my time as well.
So move.
I so move.
Motion probably made by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objections, so ordered. I think that wraps up all of the amendments. And Madam Clerk, please call up roll call on Bill 35-0190 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yay.
Please record Senator Francis Heiliger vote as yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you. Bill number 35, that's 0190, as amended, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the general fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system, and to include omitted appropriations and to make corrections to the budget items for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Colleagues, thank you very much for today, all the work that has been done to move today's agenda on the behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Just a quick reminder that in fact this weekend we do have the going home celebration on the behalf of our public servant, the Honorable Daryl Mousy George. Later on this week we will have the candlelight service, vigil service on St. Croix on Wednesday, similar service on St. Thomas on Thursday, viewing in Lion State on Friday, and of course his funeral services will be on Saturday. Thank you very much, and again I want to thank Central staff and all who assisted in making today's legislative session a success. God bless each and every one of you. Get home safe. The session of November 14th, 2023, hereby adjourned.